Hello and welcome if you are tuning in for the Berkeley City Council meeting starting tonight in about 2 or 3 minutes or so. I'm already in the Zoom call, so I'm just kind of waiting for them to start on it, but for now, play some tunes. Tonight's agenda, as you are probably aware, is something about fourplexes and single-family zoning. It's going to be very exciting. I'm going to switch over to this real quick. About the agenda. Yeah, so tonight's agenda is 2 items. One is initiation of public process and zoning concepts for the 2023-2031 housing element, and the other is basically the same thing. Initiation of participatory planning for Berkeley's regional housing needs allocation. So in California, the way that cities plan for housing, or at least try to plan for housing, is we've got this process called RHNA, Regional Housing Needs Assessment. And what it is it's, a number that the state gives cities every year. Every city gets a number, and they have to build that much housing. And the way that they do it is they build this big plan, they call it a housing element, which is part of their general plan. It's one element of the plan. So they're starting on the process tonight to do outreach and inclusion and all that, and the planning and all that work for the housing element, maybe all the new arena. And one of the goals that they're putting into it, hopefully, is that they're going to try and, get rid of single-family zoning and do fourplexes citywide, among many other things. But getting rid of exclusionary zoning is kind of the big focus of this for tonight. So, yeah, like I said, I'm in the Zoom call right now. I've got it up on the screen. It should be starting at some point. There was a city clerk on there for a hot second, but when it gets started, then we'll be starting, I guess. So, until then, just enjoy the tunes. If you have questions, go ahead and ask in chat. If you want to, you can look me up on Twitter and find the link for the East Bay for Everyone Discord, which you can hop into and say hi, hang out in the peanut gallery. So I'll see people once we get started soon, I guess. Hi. It goes. Yeah, I'm going to see if I can turn on my virtual camera so I can pipe it into the Discord for y'all.
That shortcut isn't working. One moment. Okay, I found it, so we can play it right now.
This meeting of the City Council will be conducted exclusively through teleconference and Zoom video conference. Please be advised that pursuant to the executive order and the shelter-in-place order, and to ensure the health and safety of the public by limiting human contact that could spread the COVID-19 virus, there will be no physical meeting location available. Live captioned broadcasts of City Council meetings are available on cable BTV channel 33 and via internet accessible video stream on the city's website. To access the meeting remotely, use the link on the agenda for this meeting. If you do not wish for your name to appear on the screen, use the drop-down menu and click on Rename to rename yourself to be anonymous. To request to speak, use the raise hand icon by rolling over the bottom of the screen. To join by phone, dial the number printed on the agenda and enter the meeting ID provided. If you wish to comment during the public comment portion of the agenda, press *9 and wait to be recognized by the chair. To submit an email comment during the meeting to be read aloud during public comment, email clerk@cityofberkeley.info with a subject line in this format: public comment item number. Please observe a 150-word limit. Time limits on public comments will apply. Written comments will be entered into the public record. Please be mindful that the teleconference will be recorded as any council meeting is recorded, and all other rules of procedure and decorum will apply for council meetings conducted by teleconference or video conference.
Thank you. The city clerk, can please call the roll.
Councilmember Kesarwani,
Here.
Kaplan,
Here.
Bartlett is, I don't see him. Bartlett is absent. Harrison, Councilmember Harrison is absent. Hahn,
Present.
Wengraf,
Present.
Robinson,
Present.
Drosty,
Here.
and Mayor Arreguín.
Present.
Okay.
The quorum is present. Thank you very much. So this special meeting of the City Council has been called to take up two items. The first item is item number 1, initiation of a public process and zoning concepts for the 2023 to 2031 housing element update. And item 2, initiation of participatory planning for Berkeley's regional housing needs allocation. So we will not only discuss, but take public comment, but also act on both items this evening. And I'd like to sort of summarize the process that I'm proposing for tonight. First, our planning staff would like to present on the housing element process and the work staff's engaged in to date, just to kind of provide some context as we start our discussion tonight. Then I will recognize Vice Mayor Drosty to present on item 1. Then I will recognize Councilmember Hahn to present on item 2. And then we'll open it up for council discussion. Each council member will be limited to 5 minutes at a time in order to ensure that we can not only have time for robust discussion, but also get to public comment. Then we'll go to public comment, and to ensure sufficient time for public comment, as well as council discussion, I am consolidating public comment into one public comment period. And I have consulted the city attorney, and as both items are regarding the same topic, it is allowable to combine public comment into one period. So when we go to public comment, each member of the public will have 2 minutes to address either item 1 or 2, or if you'd like to address both items, you're more than welcome to. If you want to speak to one specific item, you certainly are able to. So 2 minutes per speaker, and then at the conclusion of public comment, the city council will discuss and take action on both items. So that's the process I am proposing for tonight. And with that, we will go to items 1 and 2. And I will now turn the floor over to Jordan Klein, the interim director of the planning department, to give a brief presentation.
Thank you and good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. The planning department is committed to conducting a robust and inclusive process for the upcoming update to Berkeley's housing element. At a minimum, we're of course aiming for compliance with state requirements and certification of the housing element by the Department of Housing and Community Development. But more than that, we're aiming to support the Berkeley community through a collaborative and constructive process that's grounded in our shared values related to economic diversity, racial equity, environmental sustainability, tenant protections, and accessibility, just to name a few. Aileen Pearson manages our land use policy section, and she'll be the point person for the housing element, but the project will necessarily require contributions from the entire policy team over the next 2 years. I'm going to turn it over to Aileen to talk about the scope of the project, the work we've done so far, and the budget.
Thanks, Jordan. So local governments must update the housing element of their general plan to provide two things. The housing element must identify locations where housing can be built. We have to show that we have capacity in terms of locations with appropriate zoning to accommodate our RENA numbers. If we do not have capacity with existing zoning, then we'll need to identify areas of the city that can be rezoned for increased density. This rezoning will need to be accompanied by environmental review. The second thing the housing element does is identify strategies that will meet the community's housing needs. In other words, we need to establish policies and programs that will facilitate the housing we've made room for in the first step. The housing element update is an 18-month process that will require a significant amount of research and data analysis. It will also require involvement from the community. We'll need feedback on findings we make from our research, and we'll need feedback from people as to their experiences or situations that are not reflected in our findings.
You know what to do, or do you want me to give you a quick rundown?
Housing element update
Oh, yes, sorry, I'll get back to that Twitter
DM. The community in a dialogue, defining problems and
I don't know what to do. Can you send me an email with the link to the thing?
To having this broad participation
Sure.
and true
Okay.
engagement. The housing element has not formally begun yet, or the housing element process has not formally begun, but we've been working for several months to prepare. We've secured funding for this project primarily through grants and have set aside staff resources to focus on this important project. We conducted an RFP over the winter and are now in negotiations with a fantastic consultant team. Their scope involves submission of a compliant housing element to the state, which includes data analysis, site inventory, identification of constraints, public outreach, engagement, rezoning, and associated CEQA.
You get it?
We'll begin work with that team as soon as we get a contract signed, an item that will be coming to council on April 27th. We've also already been conferring with MTC and ABAG. We've been utilizing technical assistance, participating in webinars and county cohorts, and doing preliminary work that ensure we're ready to hit the ground running in May. The total cost for this project is currently budgeted at $540,000. The funding sources include the state's
I'm sorry, I guess I didn't understand what you were asking. I thought you were going to send me a link to the form, because I am already in a Zoom call right now. It's the Berkeley City Council one. Does that make sense?
All right, so the first link I'm sending you is to the legislation committee website.
Thanks, Aileen. So just in conclusion, we understand that the council and community care deeply about this project, and rightly so, as it will help to shape the built environment for years to come. The role of the planning department is to support the community and council by bringing forward information and ideas, by facilitating dialogue. And of course, it's city council's role to ultimately make the critical policy decisions that this project will require. We appreciate the opportunity to get feedback and input from council and the community here at the outset, and look forward to undertaking this project
also, just like FYI, this
in the coming months.
Voice channel on the Discord is meant to go into my stream of the meeting. So
take questions at this time, but members of the council have questions during their 5-minute initial comment period, they can certainly do so. Or
that going to be a problem?
Comment. I want to thank you, Mr. Klein.
It's up to you
if you want for providing those introductory comments that just summarize what is the housing element, the work that's already underway. We are taking early steps to begin to prepare for this important project. And as you had emphasized, a public process is required by law, and it will be a critical part of this work. We are not, going to be making decisions in a vacuum. Our intention is to get robust community input to help inform the work in having a compliant housing element. So thank you very much for providing this important background information to help frame our discussion today. Thank you. So I'm now going to recognize Vice Mayor Droste, give her the opportunity to present item 1. And I understand Kira Birnbach has a PowerPoint.
Yes,
And
I did.
Kira,
I'm
you
looking
should
at
be
it.
able to share
I can do this
screen as
tomorrow
your
because right now I'm
panelist.
actually
Great.
super busy trying to pay attention to a bunch of things.
And as I
you.
noted, when I had outlined the structure for tonight's meeting, we're going to give each council member, including the authors, 5 minutes. So as soon as Councilor Droste starts, if you could start the clock. And I turn the floor over to you.
Well, thank you. I'd like to introduce the proposal written by the mayor, Councilmember Kesarwani, Councilmember Taplin, and myself tonight. We're introducing a community process to update the housing element and pursue equitable zoning. First of all, we have to update our housing element around every 8 years or so to zone for adequate housing in our community. How many homes will Berkeley have to plan for to address the housing affordability and climate crisis? 8,934. That's almost 6,000 more than the previous cycle. So the question is, how do we plan for our future? How do we plan for our children? And we want to find that out by an 18-month community process. It goes without saying, we'll have to focus on priority development areas and transit corridors, but we also need to follow through on our previous resolution to address exclusionary zoning. We voted unanimously to do so, and so we're asking for a community process to determine what that might look like. First of all, as Jordan mentioned, any zoning revisions require extensive community process. On top of that, housing element updates are required by law to reach out to as many affected community members as possible. That's already the case, and we're proposing to begin this process earlier to allow for more time, and we specifically mention communities of concern. We ask for the consideration of several core principles. The first is equity, affordability, and community benefits. We have affordable housing providers and nationally regarded anti-displacement experts supporting our proposal. We want equity in housing types and access. We want to maximize affordability and different affordability models like social housing. And we also want to allow for community benefits like labor standards and street and transportation funding. Now, public safety is always part of zoning revisions and housing element updates. We wanted to make our existing rules clear for people who are unaware of our current regulations. The general plan has a safety component. We have a local hazard mitigation plan, and CAL FIRE assists the city in planning efforts as well. Plus, we have environmental analyses required by law. But knowing that public safety has always been a big concern of this council, we added in very specific language just to reassure everyone. So we extrapolated that from our current plans, and we talked about wildland-urban interface, an adequate water supply, and substandard vehicle access. We also talk about environmental benefits. Allowing these types of changes are supported by evidence-based climate research, and we're proud to have a Nobel Prize winner support this policy, and we have environmental, bicycle, and pedestrian organizations supporting this proposal as well. We want to acknowledge that we have a beautiful built environment in our community and be mindful of scale and design to connect with the look and feel of our neighborhood. This has always been what missing middle housing has been about and what we intend to pursue in our neighborhoods. Now, the mayor is going to talk a bit more about tenant protections, but let us be clear that we want to conduct a displacement risk analysis, even though in Portland they showed these zoning revisions could actually help stop displacement, and have our staff determine what appropriate anti-speculation measures are necessary. And we have very strong demolition standards as well. There are endless provisions in there around tenant protections, and I encourage you to read them. Finally, we want to focus on priority development areas and transit corridors, and also figure out ways to zone our neighborhoods neighborhoods thoughtfully, but we're still asking for a process to consider what types of missing middle housing would be suitable. As you recall, council voted unanimously to undo exclusionary zoning, and they unanimously supported a missing middle housing study. So now we're simply asking our community to frame what that might look like. To be abundantly clear, we're not mandating a specific outcome. We're just asking our community to consider concepts. Furthermore, if we don't focus on these particular areas, we would probably be out of compliance with our state housing law because we have to zone for that many units. We want this to be a flexible and inclusive community process, not only for practical reasons, but I believe for moral reasons as well. So thank you for giving me this time to speak.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor Droste. I now want to recognize Councilmember Hahn. I know Councilmember Hahn is the lead author with Councilmember Harrison, Waingraff, and Bartlett of item 2. And I want to give you the opportunity to make some introductory comments to present your item and help frame the discussion. So Councilmember Hahn, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. And I do not have a PowerPoint because I think the concepts in ours are, there's less detail involved. It's a pretty simple item. Our item is really focused on process. Sorry, I thought you were maybe putting it up and saw the timer go up. The real premise of our item is simply that we need to get going with the state mandated and the city mandated, and also the ethically mandated, right? It's the reason why process is enshrined in our general plan and in the state mandates around our regional housing needs planning processes is because it is so important and so central to the work of planning for the future of our community. So this recommendation is very simple and it is about process only. It asks the city manager to go ahead and do the planning that is required by the city and the state. It refers to hire experienced and culturally competent consultants to take us through all the different phases that are part of this planning process. It refers to make sure that we have the money to pay consultants for the kind of robust process that we think is so important for the community. It then asks the city manager to do some study about sort of the regulatory environment in which our own Berkeley planning process would be undertaken, because there's a lot of laws relating to housing, obviously, at the state level, and there's actually a lot of new laws at the state level around accessory dwelling units and how we approve affordable housing and things like that, that interact and intersect with whatever it is that we're going to do with our planning here in Berkeley. So having a sort of map of that so that council and the community can understand that, a roadmap of what's already there, is another piece of it. We also ask to take a look back at the kind of housing that we've already produced over the last few years or decade, so that we know what we've already done, because a lot of housing has been being produced over these last 10 years. And we want to take that into account as we look forward. And finally, there are some nuances about how we count units that are being worked out at the state level. And it would be good for us to know how units are counted. So for example, dormitories or group living accommodations, how will those be counted towards the housing allocation? There are a couple of other things that are in the works already. Objective standards, which the planning department referred to, and a few other complementary pieces of planning that are really important to have them done simultaneous with the RENA planning. And then last but not least, we simply ask that our work be very focused and framed around housing affordability without providing any sort of prescriptive details, just saying, keep affordability at the center and have an open mind about different types of affordability. And I just want to say that the reason why we put forward an item that is just a process item is because we have such a deep respect for the public process. And we want to make sure that the public understands clearly that we are going to be listening, and that as a council, we're not going to be coming to conclusions about anything until we've gone through that process and we have heard all the great ideas that we know will come from our community, all the aspirations, all the concerns, and so to make sure that all the ideas that come from the council, whether they're already referred or forthcoming. So that's our item. It's all about process. It's about inclusion. It's about hearing the voices of the community and not imposing our own. And it's really about a time when we think we should be opening ourselves to many things and not narrowing in and making decisions. So that is our item, and I appreciate the opportunity to present it.
Clerk Stat, how many more minutes does Councilor Hahn have? Just so you know, if you want to use it.
That was exactly 5 minutes.
Perfect. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. I wanted to call attention to the fact that there was a revision to item 2 that was submitted in the supplemental packet, and also included Councilmember Wengraf as a co-sponsor. That was sent out in the supplemental 2 packet. So just wanted to just let the council and the public know that there is a revised version. Okay, so we're now going to go to council member sort of initial comments, and I'd like to kick off the discussion. And so be sure to start my clock when I start. So we know that California is facing a housing crisis, and Berkeley's not immune. Rents are skyrocketing, and home ownership is out of the reach for many. And years of government inaction and apathy have driven the displacement of predominantly marginalized communities and created epidemic levels of homelessness. There's no disputing that free market policies alone have failed to resolve our housing crisis. Yet cities across the state are taking little action, content to leave the crisis to the next generation of leaders, rather than tackling what can be controversial policies. This trend cannot continue, and we must step up now. Make no mistake about it, our efforts here in Berkeley have already been met with some controversy. From absurd memes of skyscrapers built beside single-family homes, to accusations of racism, conversations on the future of Berkeley's housing crisis have taken some ugly turns. But we must move beyond this. The reality is Berkeley faces obligations under state law to build housing as stated. And though change can't be avoided, we must come together as a community to develop a just and equitable housing policy that has the best interests of this community at heart. And so that's really the purpose of tonight, to present a vision for Berkeley's housing approach that extends far beyond any single item or policy. Tonight, we're talking about starting a holistic process to consider a host of policies to achieve our housing goals. And together with a robust, coordinated approach to development aimed at reducing rents and displacement, we're making homeownership more attainable and ending epic levels of homelessness. This approach adheres to 3 key principles: protecting tenants, preserving communities, and producing housing. We must not allow division, misinformation, and fear to perpetuate the very things that got us here in the first place: stalemates and inaction. Solving our housing crisis depends not only on the substance of new policies, but on collaboration and community engagement. And that is why we're here tonight, to begin a collaborative community process to tackle this crisis before us. And we're here to say enough is enough. We recognize that this is a moral imperative before us to support our neighbors in our community. We have a housing crisis, we have a climate crisis, we have a homelessness crisis. We must act now. And so I want to just spend the rest of my time to say that, I've read the hundreds of letters and comments from the community. I've read all the input from our colleagues on the City Council. I want to thank Councilmember Hahn and Wengraf and Bartlett and Harrison for your thoughtful recommendations. I listened to the extensive discussion of the policy committee, and I don't think we're that far apart. And so I'm going to present right now, and I want to let the clerk know I sent you a SUP 3. I'd like to ask you to send this out to the council members. I'd like to present just very briefly a few amendments that I'm proposing tonight that really don't make a substantive change to the recommendations, but make the language a little less declarative and a little and basically say these are concepts that we're forwarding on for consideration by the consultants and staff. So clarifying these are suggestions to be considered along with other referrals related to housing affordability and production, as well as the many ideas the public will bring forward in the course of this planning process. Clarifying your key principles so staff should take into consideration these principles, saying that they'll consider any necessary zoning changes and these principles, for example. So changing things like should to consider, saying that this is a proposed definition, for example, on transit corridors, changing language around saying that we're exploring the possibility, that we are considering incentivizing, encouraging that we'll develop design guidelines to ensure neighborhood scale housing, that staff should analyze a variety of building types. Also adding that explore opportunities for the incentivizing and reuse of existing buildings as a more environmentally sustainable growth strategy. And this document's being sent right now to the City Council. Clarifying that these ideas are being submitted for consideration amongst others which may be proposed during this planning process. Asking that the housing element should study a diversity of housing types where appropriate. As you'll note, really just changing language. These are really clarifying changes from being declarative to really just clarifying that our intent was not to make the decisions tonight, but rather to forward on concepts to this public process for consideration. Clarifying language in public safety, that the decisions around which areas could pose safety hazards should be determined by Berkeley's public safety professionals. I am proposing what is a substantive change, and this is in response to input from Baja and many other stakeholders, that we're clarifying that if something is a landmark, it is still subject to landmarks review. Once again, consider prioritizing and suggesting strategies. Consider, may, really just trying to change the language to be less declarative, because our intent was to say, this is what you have to do. Our intent was to forward these concepts and to have them be considered along with any other concepts that come out of this community process. But we do think that these particular concepts are worthy of special consideration. And so this document was just sent to the council. I think all of you should have it in your inbox. And while we're obviously taking public comment, the members of the council have an opportunity to review it, but I did want to make some changes to very minor changes, not substantive, to just really clarify that we're forwarding these things to as part of this community process. We're not deciding anything tonight. And that the intent is to have these and all other ideas that will come out of this public process be considered. I think that was the intent, and I think that's what I'm hearing from other members of the council is that we're not deciding things tonight. We're starting a process. We want these ideas to be considered. We're going to have to make changes to our zoning. There's no question about it. The question is, how are we going to go about doing that? And I think that we need to start this process tonight. So I guess members of the council, you should have received at the top of your inbox at 6:30 this document from Mark Newmanville. And I'd like to make a motion to accept this revised material for consideration this evening. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Kesarwani. Councilmember Kesarwani. Come back, Councilmember.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Okay. Taplin.
Yes.
Bartlett.
Yes.
Harrison is absent. Hahn,
Yes.
Wengrath,
Yes.
Robinson,
Yes.
Strauss,
Yes.
Mayor Arreguín,
Yes.
and Councilmember Taplin.
Yes.
Okay. Motion.
Okay, so it's before us, colleagues. You have it. We had 241 attendees on our Zoom call, so I anticipate we'll have a pretty extensive public comment period. So that will give everyone time to review this. And I'm done. So Councilmember Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted to, I guess, just sort of kick off the discussion with a bit of reflection on my experience back on the Planning Commission years ago, the last time we did the housing element. And I remember that effect and that instance where we had this new housing element, the end result was sort of a piece of vision and a piece of process. And I want to say that the two items before us tonight, in my mind, based on what I've seen, represent a great leap forward in both those elements. A really, really clear and dynamic vision where we need to go on equity and evolution of housing policy, and then a very robust process to ensure the sustainability of that dynamic vision. I think this works really well together, and I'm committed to not being polarized and to seeing both these things come to fruition the right way. And I think that we're better if we view these things for what they are, vision and process, and don't engage the weaponization of housing policy and racial dynamics, things like that. You're polarized, you use half your brain. So I want to say, I want to thank both sets of authors for what I think are really what's called for in this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wengrath, this is initial comments, just to clarify.
Okay. Are you calling on me?
Yes, Councilmember Wengrath.
Okay, thank you. Well, I want to thank you, Mayor, for bringing forward your proposal, and I want to thank Councilmember Droste and Councilmember Hahn for all of the work that you've done on the two proposals before us. We have a daunting task in front of us, and we have a lot of work to do. And I really think that it's in the best interest of our city to move forward. I think there's a lot of confusion, there's a lot of misinformation out there. And I think as quickly as we can clarify all of that for the community and for ourselves, frankly, we'll all be in much better shape. 9,000 units in 10 years is really a big challenge. And we need every tool we have in our toolbox to achieve that goal and to plan for those units. And I just want to say, I don't think tonight is about winning or losing, because for me, there's no winning until every single unhoused person in the city has a home. So I'd like people to try to put aside the differences on whatever the proposals are before us. I think we're going to have lots of proposals. I'm very eager to hear from the community and the public about their proposals. We have a highly intelligent and creative community, and I think we can learn from them and learn from each other. So again, thank you, and let's get on with it.
Thank you. Councilor Robinson.
Hey, good evening. I want to first appreciate the presentation from staff laying out the mechanics of what is a very complicated process, clearly, but an exciting one in so many ways. And there are so many steps that have brought us to this moment, and so many more to come, really, though. And I think that's the most important piece here. was it 2 years ago, we were coming together to vote on the missing middle study, which dreamed of so many of the policy proposals that we're talking about referring today. And then subsequent to that, voted to finance that study. And of course, the pandemic complicated things and got in the way a little bit, but that's the way things go. And then to the symbolic resolution, committing our intent to end exclusionary zoning to this. I mean, this is a significant moment to really initiate this housing element process that comes at such a critical moment of reflection, I think, for our entire city. And over the course of the last year, we've had such challenging, rigorous, but I think really revelatory conversations about the relationship of zoning to issues of racial justice. And I think we're all on the same page here. It's time to reconcile Berkeley's history as the originator of single-family zoning and show what it looks like to right historical wrongs. I was deeply moved by an incredible piece in Grist just in the last few days, telling Dorothy Walker's story, who has been fighting for this work here in Berkeley her whole life, ever since the moment when she, a white woman in Berkeley, found herself discriminated against, segregated, because her husband was an Asian man. You can ask my parents why that story resonates with me in particular. But there's another force at play here, which makes all of this particularly urgent, and that's these historic, unprecedented demands from the state on our housing element process. We have been assigned RIANA numbers, the likes of which we've never seen before. RIANA, or ARENA, that's our regional housing needs allocation, which is good. Meeting this moment will require the region to respond to the housing crisis with a sense of unity that I don't think we've seen before or yet, not as balkanized states punting the problem to neighboring jurisdictions. We can't play hot potato with people's lives. Berkeley needs to do its part. And so I really want to specifically commend the mayor for showing what that approach looks like, both locally and regionally. Mayor Aragon, I was excited for you as a friend when you were named the president of ABAG, but it has been staggering just how effectively you've used that role since. But to the items we have before us, I want to name. I have received so many communications, emails of support, enthusiasm, but also many worried that the item is too prescriptive, that it predetermines outcomes of a community process. And so I would argue first, I want to say first, I think at the letter of the items, I don't really believe that's true. There's a lot of concepts being referred, but I don't believe that the authors are predetermining the outcome of the process. But I will say I do believe that the research already has. One of the letters in my inbox right now that I appreciated the most is from Professor Dan Kamen, former U.S. science envoy. You might have seen him very dramatically resign once Trump took office. That was great. Good work, Dan. I was radicalized on the matter of the climate impacts of housing policy in his classroom, in his taking his public policy course, Energy and Society, just up the hill at UC Berkeley. And we're also blessed to be receiving guidance and encouragement from the incredible folks at the Urban Displacement Project on campus. I mean, seriously, some of the most important research and work around these issues in the world is being done in our city. And so I believe it's only right that the city of Berkeley be a model for equitable development, for climate smart growth, that we walk the walk, because our residents are already talking the talk. So I will say, I do think it is actually essential that we do refer some key concepts, some goalposts to staff, to the commission, and really because it's essential that we be ambitious, because it's a holy alliance, really, producing new housing while protecting tenants. And I think we can show the whole country how it's done. And for that, I'm excited. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Taplin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank Director Klein and Ms. Pearson for illuminating, for the benefit of the public, the process staff is already planning to undertake. I also want to thank the many community members and neighbors who wrote and reached out for meetings, all of the community advocates who reached out and were generous with their expertise and their experiences. Mr. Mayor, I trust your leadership and your expertise in these matters, so I will spend public comment observing the public's remarks instead of reviewing. But I am completely confident that we will move forward in this historic moment as a city with compassion and unity. And I am grateful that we are here together and we have a path forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Kesawani.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm doing my best to do some multitasking tonight. I just wanted to make some initial remarks, and that's that homes are inherently about people. So whenever I think about housing policy, I think about the difference that housing made for my own family. And you can hear my son in the background who he wants me to forward the ad on his show. So my father came to this country from India in 1968. He had an empty wallet and big dreams for a better life. And I've talked about this before. He was able to buy a modest condo in a safe neighborhood. And that made all the difference for our family and for the opportunities that I was exposed to. Homes are shelter, first and foremost, but when lower income families are able to move to high opportunity neighborhoods, it creates lifelong positive impacts on those children. And when we locate homes close to public transit, we can really combat climate change. And so I look forward to reading the mayor's proposed edits. And I do want the community to keep in mind that, you know, we can, as the mayor is proposing, add language to say that we are considering these concepts. But at the end of the day, you know, we do have to remember that the state is requiring us to zone for 9,000 additional homes. So we have to think about how we can accommodate this growth in the smartest way possible. And so I really do stand by the zoning concepts that are being put forward in item number 1 to locate most of the homes on our transit corridors and priority development areas so that people can access public transit. And at the same time, I believe that we need to invest in our bike plan improvements. We need to make sure that we plan for bus rapid transit on San Pablo Avenue and all of the other things that will enable people to get around our city and get to their jobs without needing to drive. I also think that for a lot of reasons that others have spent a lot of time already talking about, we have to look at opening up the single family home neighborhoods because it is just not a sustainable use of land in the high opportunity city that we are, with access to public transit, good paying jobs and high quality schools. But I believe that we can do it in a way that is sensitive to the existing neighborhood. And I do want to point out that this item item number 1 has very clear language about design. We talk about, to the greatest extent possible, zoning changes should seek to connect with the existing look and feel of the area or corridor. We talk about considering specifications to ensure appropriate transitions between a transit-rich area or corridor and an abutting residential street or between adjacent residential parcels by requiring a step-down height or other form-based design features to connect with the look and feel of residential streets. And we are going to take over 18 months to have a very robust community input process on these ideas, as well as the tenant protections that we must ensure. We have to ensure that we are guarding against displacement as we look to change the zoning in our city. And I really believe that we can do this in an equitable way and in a way that's sensitive to our existing neighborhoods. So I will go ahead and return the balance of my time and try to help my son here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I believe those are all the council members present this evening for this meeting. So I think everyone has had one opportunity to offer introductory comments. So with that, let's now go to public comment. And as I had summarized at the beginning of this meeting, we're going to have one public comment period. You can speak to either item 1 or 2, or both if you'd like. You'll have 2 minutes, so you can decide to use that time to speak to both items or just one item in particular. And the way the process works, if you'd like to speak and you're on Zoom, press the raised hand button on the bottom of your screen. Or if you're phoning in to the meeting, press star 9, and you will be added to the speakers queue. So I'm going to call the speakers, and I'd like to ask Michael if you could activate the lines.
Yes, we'll take care of that. The timer and the activation.
Great. So 2 minutes per speaker, and the first raised hand is Michael Katz. I guess we're going to gathering facilitator first, and then we'll go to Michael Katz.
Okay, I accidentally got on the Zoom with my work name. That's not my name. My name is Betsy Bigelow Teller. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members, for the opportunity to speak. I want to speak in support of item number 2 for the following reasons. I support equitable zoning and higher housing density, including quadplexes in the city of Berkeley. I support determining how we go about this process of increasing our housing density and equitable zoning through a thorough, inclusive, and transparent process that allows Berkeley residents to have a voice in the decision making. And I agree with the choice to avoid using a ministerial process. I believe a ministerial process in this situation would set an undesirable precedent. That is pretty much it for me. I really appreciate all the thoughtfulness that has gone into both of these items. And thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Michael Katz is the next speaker.
Good evening. Thank you. On the merits, I hope that, like the last speaker, I hope you'll ultimately adopt item 2 and reject even the improved item 1. But above all, I really hope that you will take no action tonight and continue this discussion to a future meeting where there can be real public participation for 2 reasons. One is you've just been handed a new item with substantial changes, probably improvements, but I don't know if you even had a chance to read it. The public certainly hasn't. The other reason is that one of your colleagues, who's the co-sponsor of one of the 2 items, can't be present tonight because, ironically, of a Passover commitment. And my deeper concern there is that because this was scheduled right before Passover weekend, many fellow members of the Jewish community can't participate even in public comment. At the Agenda Committee earlier this month, Councilmember Wengraf raised this scheduling concern. And for what reason, I don't know, the mayor wouldn't budge on this date. The premise for this whole discussion has been about reducing exclusion. And I think it would be wrong and would look insensitive to take any action in just a procedural way on the calendar that excludes many members of a whole group because of the religious calendar. So that's my main request. I support item 2 for reasons you'll hear from other people. I think it best ensures the broad public participation that all of you say you want. And I want to thank the sponsor of item 1 and the mayor for improving it a lot, removing the ministerial thing, ensuring conformity with local building form and all the improvements tonight. But I have to stand with the Berkeley Tenants Union, BCA, and all members of the elected rent board in worrying that this upzoning to quadplexes or 6plexes or 8plexes, nobody seems to know for sure the implications, will actually undermine affordability by creating incentives for tear downs, including of rent stabilized buildings, and by inviting corporate real estate speculators in to compete with home buyers. Reject it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker is Vicky. Vicky, you should be able to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Now can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm a member of the Jewish community, and I want to let you know that this is a real pain having to come to this meeting because I have a lot to do to prepare, and I know a lot of other members of my community probably aren't participating tonight because they are preparing for the holiday that comes this weekend. The other thing I want to say is that the City Council of late has been taking a lot of control from Berkeley citizens. The Adeline Corridor fiasco comes to mind. I support action item number 2 because it supports a robust and meaningful process centered around respect for the people of Berkeley and legally mandated processes. So I'm going to go with the previous speaker who asked that you take no action tonight and continue this discussion at a future meeting where all members of the community who would like to participate can. And the other reason of doing this at a future meeting is I understand that one of the co-sponsors, it was known, couldn't be present at this date to be here to support and discuss the item. And this does the community a great disservice. So we should have all the voices of our council members, especially those who are authoring items, and all members of the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Shirley Kirsten. Shirley, you should be able to speak. Shirley Kirsten. Shirley, you should be able to speak. Okay, we're going to move on to Deborah Moore.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you all council members and mayor for being responsive to earlier public comment. I really appreciate that these proposals have been put forward and that the ministerial decision piece is not part of this. That was something I had commented on in earlier commission meetings. So I appreciate that you're responsive to public input, and that's wonderful. I think both of these proposals have a lot of merit, and on the face of it, the mayor's amendments, I think, are improvements to proposal number 1, but I haven't looked at them in detail because I don't have them. But I think the spirit of them makes proposal 1 kind of more in line with proposal 2. I kind of wonder, honestly, like in the congressional situation, when you pass 2 things and they get reconciled and you kind of take the best of both or something, I kind of wonder, is that possible? I don't really know all the procedures of what you guys do. I will say that something that is missing from my point of view is the principle of transparency. And someone else just a minute ago referred to it, that it's very confusing. Are we talking 4 plexes or 6 or 8? Or if you subdivide and then you have 4 or 6 or 8 on each, is it 12 or 16? So I think the principle of transparency is really important because it's very confusing to me. So that is something that's missing. And I do think goalposts are important, but I'm not sure what the difference between goals and concepts and objectives are. And they're used in different ways in the different proposals. So I support proposal 2, but I like a lot of proposal 1 also and the amendments. So
thank you so much.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify the amendments that I just sort of showed on screen have been posted to the agenda webpage. So if you go to the City of Berkeley website and you click on the agenda for this meeting, and you go to item 1, you can actually download the document. So members of the public would like to take a look at it. It is accessible off of the agenda webpage. Okay, the next speaker is Chimmy Lee.
Thank you, Mayor and Council Member, for all your wonderful work. I just have to say that years ago, when I was involved with renovating and building houses for 30 years, I find a more simple language here is more appealing to me, and that's why I'm glad you're going to not vote on this tonight, but I'm happy to say I found that number 2, sponsored by Sophie Hahn, Councilmember Sophie Hahn, is the initiation of participatory planning for Berkeley's RHNA. I think if I feel all of it is somehow, to me, I feel more inclusive and ethical for our neighborhood. And also people, just thinking about what the Berkeley Side News was reporting about. One woman of color, I think she was Japanese, when her parents moved here in 1950s, she could not find housing. And it was not inclusive. She could not find housing east of Grove Street, which I used to live on many years ago. So anyway, that's why I find on the merit of it, the option of number 2, more ethical and inclusive. Thanks so much for all your work.
Thank you very much. I just want to clarify, I did not say that we're not voting tonight. My intention is that we're going to vote tonight. So there may be people that don't want us to vote, but this is calendared for action. So the next speaker is Carol Stone.
Hello. I am very pleased that the improvements that I have heard on here have clarified things, and I applaud that very much. In general, I have always been a process person, and I very much support the amendment that talks about the process, but everything has been far improved from our earlier subcommittee meetings. There's 2 points I want to make. One has sort of been made, which has to do with, we're talking about the number of units. I think it should always be stated, maybe in parentheses, but somehow if you're talking about R1 zoning, it no longer means 1 unit, it means 3 units now, and under the new proposal, it could mean up to 8. So that should be presented as part of transparency, what it actually means. The second point has to do with community benefits. I have for years attended various meetings about community benefits, and I think, I hope that in the future we can eliminate or rarely use the in lieu of, where people can pay a fee and not actually include the benefits. They have a one-time opt-out. Another thing that I would like to see along those lines is lobby the state if that's where the law comes from. And along with that, I would like something like a 30-year commitment to adopting a park and paying for all its maintenance, something that's long-term by the people that are building that continues year after year after year. So those are my 2 points, and thank you for your good work.
Thank you. The next speaker is Linda. Linda, you should be able to speak.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. I'd like to congratulate you on the amendments that you made to the first proposal. They were great and much appreciated. I'd also like to support the second proposal as well. I think the robust community process is critical to having a community that we can all live in once the construction starts. And having just been through my own building process, I appreciate the amazing amount of time and energy it takes to construct anything in Berkeley, just a duly noted. And thank you. Please support. I support the second proposal and appreciate the amendments of the first. I'm done.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cindy Shambin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So a couple of things. One is with the 9,000 housing required, I don't understand why there can't be a way of including the over 1,000 empty apartments and houses. And the city really needs to look at that resource and figure out how to get those dwellings back online. The other thing is that UC Berkeley is building more dorms, and which would probably release some of the apartments back to the rest of the community. And I don't understand why those are not also being included. And I think those are two things that the city really needs to look at in order to reduce the burden of 9,000. The last thing about that is I know it's based on a certain amount of growth that's being predicted, but I think that needs to be reassessed given what's going on in the Bay Area, where the predictions of population has really changed. In addition, BART building on Ashby and on North Berkeley parking lots, that their concept of low income, of affordable housing is way beyond what low income would be, and that really needs to be reevaluated. And lastly, I'm not sure what the outreach for this special meeting was, but it seems to me a lot of people are not aware of this meeting in a way that this discussion would be at a regular Tuesday council meeting.
Next speaker is Jared Ram.
Hi. My name's Gerard Ram. I'm a resident Berkeley District 2. I'm also the elected unit chair for UAW 2865. It's the labor union representing around 4,000 academic workers at UC Berkeley. They're primarily graduate students. And I would say the majority of our members live in Berkeley and have been paying very close attention to the city's proposed changes in terms of zoning and policies in support of housing affordability, because they need more affordable housing now. That's why I'm in support of the first proposal put forward by Council Members Drost, Taplin, et cetera. I think that this is a urgent demand for working people. I think I agree with Councilmember Robinson's comments that there's been a lot of research done on the need for affordable housing. And I would go so far as to say our members really support inclusionary zoning as much as possible, building more affordable housing with new developments. And as far as community feedback and support goes, I think one really essential way that the city community provides feedback to our elected representatives is by voting for them. And I voted for Mayor Arguin and Councilmember Taplin because I believe in their vision for affordable housing now. And I expect them to take pretty decisive action to address what is a real housing crisis for working people in this city. So that is why I support item number 1.
Thank you. The next speaker is Daryl Owens.
Hi, Council. Obviously, I'm probably going to support item number 1, but I think that item number 2 is very good intentioned, and I think that everyone here has good intentions and that nobody's a racist or a bigot. And I think it's important to understand, on Sunday, I was walking around Cedar Street and I ran into a neighbor and I asked him, what's your opinion about the housing issue? And, his wife supported it, but he didn't want to say anything. And I was kind of curious. I was like, well, what's your opinion? What's the problem? And he said he was worried that he would be portrayed in a negative light if he was somewhat skeptical of new housing. The Berkeley housing discourse has been pretty vicious since I first gave my first public comment. I'm getting heckled all the time. And I think that we should treat this subject with a level of maturity and respect for everyone, rather than these assertions of having ulterior motives or being, old or any kind of issues. I think we should be honest that this is a reasonable, rational thing to go forward on. I live in a neighborhood full of quadplexes, and I didn't even know they were quadplexes. It's the craziest thing. The only way you can tell is by looking at the mailboxes or looking at the meters beside the house. And so it really means something personally to me to finally put the same kind of multifamily zoning that already exists in South Berkeley and some corridors in North Berkeley into some of the more historically exclusionary and wider parts of Berkeley. But I don't think that we have to be negative towards each other when we address each other's concerns. And so I just want to commend the council for doing this. And yes, I support item number 1, but you guys are doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Janice Ching.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would like to comment on the public process. And I've heard a lot of discussion about how we are going to have open discussion, robust public comment, but I'll tell you why the public is skeptical. When you look at what happened with the J. Sichel and the Adeline Corridor Plan, people participated in the process for years and years. And then at the very last minute, at the last city council meeting, a new proposal after public comment was often proposed and voted on without people being able to comment. That is, something that people worry about when you talk about a robust public comment period. So, I appreciate that when the resolution to end exclusionary housing came about, that you, Mr. Mayor, proposed or put up your new proposal before public comment. That was quite a great step in the right direction. But I do think that people are skeptical that what we have to say is really going to make a difference. I do support item 2 because it's more in alignment with an open heart when you listen to the public comment. I've seen quotes from the acting planning director saying that he already believes that the only way we can reach our goals is to upzone. When I see things like this, I feel that we are not always going to have our voices heard. The last thing I want to say is the best way to fight climate change is to house people near their work, not to push our lower income people out of our city. And I'm very concerned about market rate housing being prioritized over affordable. And when I hear a lot of the quadplex proposals, I don't hear the affordability piece in it. Thank you.
Next speaker is David Ushijima.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, council members. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak. Without having read the mayor's changes, I'm very glad to see the spirit of the changes to item 1 that the mayor has put forth around changing the wording to consider rather than predetermine a fixed outcome. I really applaud that. One item that I urge you to include, regardless of which bill ends up passing, please put in objective standards for density, solar access, and design. Not just thoughtful development standards, as item 1 provides for, but true objective standards for density, solar access, and design, as called for in item 2. With the proper objective standards, Berkeley neighborhoods can adapt to increased density without giving up the quality of life that makes our neighborhoods places in which we really want to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Roger Studley. Roger, you should be able to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, thanks for letting me offer a comment, and thanks for the proposals. I would support either proposal. I think the zoning reform in Berkeley is long overdue. I'm writing with a comment that I hope will enter the discussion whichever proposal goes forward. I am part of a group that's trying to create a community in Berkeley, which is called a co-housing community. It's community-oriented housing. It'd be a campus of small condominiums where the residents develop it ourselves. The folks who are going to live there are the folks who will be developing it. Our intention is to have a close and supportive community when we move in. We're not housing developers. We're local residents and we want to live in community. We've bought a parcel on San Pablo Avenue and we want to build our condominium campus on it. We have learned things in this process that I think can inform the city's thinking about zoning reform. We want to be good citizens, and we actually hoped to have 20% of our homes meet the city's affordability requirements, but we can't. Meeting this requirement would impose a $250,000 cost on every market rate home in the community. That's more than 20% of our home prices. That's prohibitive. We know that Berkeley is considering modifying single-family zoning. Our local group is trying to build multifamily housing, but the existing rules would impose this $250,000 cost on every home. That's one reason why multifamily middle market housing isn't getting built in Berkeley. So even if we pay the in lieu fee, that would impose $120,000 cost per home without having us create any affordable housing. That $120,000, by the way, would be 3 times what the fee would be if we were building rental rather than for sale housing. So if Berkeley wants to create housing for middle income households, it can't continue to make this middle income housing so expensive to create. These fees are disincentivizing exactly one type of housing that Berkeley needs. Thank you.
Next speaker is Becky O'Malley.
Hello. I think that you as city council members ought to think about why we, the public, have learned to distrust you. It is absolutely not appropriate for you to vote on something that makes a major set of many changes to an introduced document within half an hour that was brought in within half an hour of the beginning of the meeting. Regardless of which of these 2 items you support, we, the public, really deserve to have at least a day or 2 to read your draft. Also, I note that the mayor announced that there was going to be a vote. In many circumstances, the decision about whether or not there will be a vote is in the hands of the council members. Aren't you going to vote on whether or not you want to table? It seems to me you could table both of these, or you don't have to, but the mayor can't just announce that there's going to be a vote, as I understand the rules. And there are many changes. And as an editor, I will tell you that when I see that much red marks on a document, there's no general agreement. You really have to talk amongst yourselves before you present something. You should table both of these motions, and then you might regain some of the public confidence, which is slipping away. Don't forget that Mayor Arreguín was elected because of the widespread public disgust at the way that the unsuccessful and still moving around project on Harold Way was shoved in at the last minute by Tom Bates. And here you are doing the same thing. It's too bad, really. It's really too bad.
Okay, thank you. Oh, that was not intentional. Give me 1 second. Okay, the next speaker is James McFadden. James McFadden, you should be able to speak.
I was trying, sorry. It's always a bit of a hassle with the Zoom stuff. So I just want to say that I asked the council to take no action tonight. I think schedule a deeper public review of item 2 and completely dump item 1. Second, the mayor said something I was kind of astounded at. At the beginning, he stated that council members can review his proposal while taking public comment because they haven't had enough time. I can't believe it would be asking the council members to ignore public comment while they review his new proposal. This just again, is just not appropriate. It really shows contempt for the public that listening to public comment is meaningless. Third, and this applies to other council members, I'm really tired of hearing our council members being the sock puppets of the real estate industry. I'm tired of that nonsense about the missing middle. This is just rhetoric to support market rate luxury housing. And I'm tired of hearing the nonsense about these real estate ordinances being designed to remedy racism. It's also nonsense. And I'm ashamed and astonished how many members of the council have quickly lined up to support a proposal originally written by developer-funded group. And I'm talking about item 1, the mayor's adjustments to item 1, which the public has not had time to digest, appears to be just lipstick on a developer-authored pig. Applying this lipstick hours before the meeting where the public can't review it shows contempt for the public. These efforts are driven by Senate Bill 828, the Wiener Bill, which would really be called the Developers Bill. This bill was designed to create failure and to end local control and replace it with ministerial control. Regional housing needs, the RENA requirements are really nonsense. The math is wrong, the assumptions are wrong, the emphasis is wrong. I mean, California's population is dropping. How did they come up with this stuff? The bill is designed to create more trickle-down neoliberal, make wealth upward.
Next speaker is Glenn Lavelle.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Glenn Lavelle, representative for Ironworkers Union Local 378, representing members across Berkeley, also standing alongside Alameda Building Trades Council in strong support of item 1. I think this is an absolutely vital and positive development that we are having here of reforming zoning. The density question is critical. We are suffering an affordable housing crisis. People are experiencing financially punitive commutes from job centers and to work. And of course, we have extensive need for more environmentally sustainable urban growth and development patterns where people are living close to where they work and play alike. This is equitable in all senses of the word to proceed on these reforms on zoning, on the expansion of affordable housing, and of course, all the best elements of smart growth with expansion of housing in proximity to critical services such as public transit, and of course, quality education, resources and job markets, and of course, in strong support of further developments on community benefits here, including in strong labor provisions that, of course, connect to these policies to continue to be equitable in every sense of the generation of quality employment, quality housing, and overall equitable development patterns here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jess McBride.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Jess McBride, and I'm on staff with YIMBY Law, speaking in support of item 1. We're thrilled that Berkeley is in a position to lead the state in affirmatively furthering fair housing, which includes replacing segregated living patterns with truly integrated and balanced living patterns. This is now required for all housing elements by Government Code Section 8899.5, and we hope that we can point to Berkeley as a paradigm for other cities to emulate. We know that there are patterns of segregation in our cities. These patterns are established by law through zoning code. We separate low-density housing from high-density housing, and thus separate high-income households from low-income households. We have mistakenly accepted this as normal. But this kind of housing segregation perpetuates racial segregation, and that affects the resources in our neighborhood schools, as well as access to food, healthcare, and other essential services. Zoning is a power that cities have because it's a police power. It's supposed to be used to protect the public health and welfare. What protective purpose is served by keeping single-family housing away from multifamily housing? The only purpose is to protect those with resources to own or rent a detached home from those who don't have those resources. This is not consistent with Berkeley's values, and we need to leave that kind of thinking behind us. Fortunately, state law mandates us to do so. We know this takes courage, so we applaud your commitment to reform exclusionary zoning, and we urge you to follow through. We look forward to supporting your efforts to repeal the existing zoning that segregates Berkeley by class and race and replace it with zoning that promotes integration as required by state law and by Berkeley's common values. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Miranda Ewell.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. It's Miranda Ewell, and thank you all for allowing this public comment period. I have a comment and a question. The comment is, I think there are a lot of folks in the community who are skeptical about these mandates that are being handed down from Sacramento to local communities like Berkeley. In some way, it feels profoundly undemocratic. And so my question is, as part of this planning process, will the city be having its experts question the methodology used to reach the state mandated $9,000 housing units figure? I know there's been a lot of question raised about the methodology and how the counting is going on. So if I know that's not specifically on your agenda tonight, but as part of the planning process, I hope you will consider opening that issue and letting folks really understand where and how this $9,000 figure got handed to the city of Berkeley. Thanks so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Moni Law. Ms. Law, you should be able to speak.
Okay. Oh, can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you. I support building housing that is affordable to Cal students who are on Pell Grants, teachers who receive less than $50,000 a year, retail workers, and low-income families. I'm concerned about our history, however, of providing 150% of upper income housing and 0 of low income. The Black community has been decimated by gentrification. 40% of South Berkeley and 24% citywide only 20 years ago, and now down to 7% citywide, and less than 10% in South Berkeley. When I was a student here in '78, the city and campus looked and felt much more inclusive and diverse. How did that happen if we were consciously planning and sustaining a racially just and equitable city? Black people at Cal, few in number, also face many microaggressions and racist remarks that make them feel in a hostile learning environment. In a time of racial justice reckoning in the Black Lives Matter movement, now 6 years old, I think the city and university have a big challenge that we're trying to meet, but it's urgent that we do so as much as possible to retain what used to be special about Berkeley. Once vibrant, diverse, inclusive, etc., becoming much less so every day. Our schools were recently found to be the most segregated in the Bay Area and among the most segregated nationally. So the school district is also challenged. The design features are going to be compatible in this proposal, but how about the racial equity lens? Are we applying it? Are we realizing the single family homes under rent control are occupied in many cases by Black and brown people? Are we realizing that the process that you ignored before for the Adeline corridor, years of input from the community, I went to a number of those meetings, was dismissed, ignored, and overruled? Do we have a community benefits ordinance? I do believe we do not. We need to ensure that they're in place as we approve development projects. And I encourage you again, I've said this before, to contact the Community Benefit Law Center, which has a number of ideas. It's ironic that segregation in the 1950s segregated Black people that did come to Berkeley to South and West Berkeley. It's unfortunate that these development projects may in fact create new racial displacement of Black people from Berkeley altogether. Please.
Next speaker is Karen P.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, hello, Council. I live in Ben Bartlett's district, and specifically I live on Carlton Street, very near Shattuck, where we recently had the Parker go up over a block plus, and now another new large 6-story, I believe, apartment building, also whatever you would call it, on that corner. So that's where I live. But I also grew up in Berkeley. I went to school here. This is my home. And I understand the community here. I grew up in North Berkeley, live in South Berkeley now, ride my bike all over town. And so I want to say number 2 is a really good idea. I am going to be honest and say I'm not familiar with the details of 1 or 2. I haven't had that's just not something I have done. So my comments are really a little bit more general on the process. I'm excited about development in Berkeley. I think that the Berkeley that I grew up in is something that is a legacy that really, really needs to be considered here. And I'm talking about farmers markets in the 80s, right? In the 70s and 80s. Farmers markets, bike lanes, the cheese board cooperative, really progressive community ideas. Terry Taplin spoke at an earlier meeting on quadruplexes about multi-generational housing. We had a speaker earlier talking about developing a cooperative housing community. That's the kind of progressive thinking that started in Berkeley long ago. And I think that if we don't take this opportunity now, Berkeley's going to miss out to really build and develop creatively. And so I want to encourage you not to think in terms of housing, but community. Because a house of an apartment is 4 walls. People don't live in 4 walls. We live in a beautiful area where we can go outside. So please consider public spaces and community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next speaker is Salim.
Hi. I'm a recent Berkeley alumni. I support item 1 because everyone who attended Berkeley has faced the housing crisis firsthand, and we need a solution that matches the scale of the problem. We all know that we should follow the science when it comes to vaccines and climate change. We should also follow the science when it comes to housing. You heard some of that earlier. There's a big impact on greenhouse gas emissions through urban infill. There are Berkeley professors who have shown that this is the number 1 thing that Berkeley can do to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. There's also the Othering and Belonging Institute at Berkeley, which has shown that single-family zoning is strongly correlated with racist segregation. And there's also Berkeley economist Kate Pennington, who shows that market rate housing helps reduce displacement, rent, and evictions in surrounding neighborhoods. So we should follow the science, support item 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Matthew Lewis. I'm not sure which one it is, but Matthew Lewis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Matthew Lewis. Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. There are 2 of us. As far as I'm concerned, all Matthew Lewises are great. I'm Matthew Lewis. I'm a homeowner in South Berkeley, and I'm here to support item 1 and encourage the council to vote to approve it tonight with the fastest process possible that will lead to the construction of the greatest number of homes, both affordable and market rate, as soon as possible. I was going to talk about the climate benefits and the affordability benefits because people brought up Passover. I want to note that I'm Jewish, and I'm also looking forward to my Seder, which actually starts this Saturday. Passover does not begin until Saturday. I want to remind the council of the spirit of Passover. It's a celebration of Jewish freedom from slavery, but it's also a celebration of renewal, abundance, and hospitality. In fact, our traditions include leaving a plate of food, a cup of wine, and importantly, an open door for Elijah, the mysterious guest who we make room for, is a sign of our openness to strangers and our willingness to share our blessings with others. I have to say it's confusing to hear my fellow Jews invoke Passover as an excuse to close the door on Berkeley and to refuse to share our blessings. Berkeley is a place of abundance. We have an obligation to open the door to more neighbors, and that starts by breaking down the barriers Berkeley built to housing and allowing more homes to be built. Homes are not a burden. Neighbors are blessings, not burdens. Anyone who thinks new neighbors are a burden is certainly not acting in the spirit of Passover. We've all been doing this long enough to know that the exact same folks who have been closing the door to Berkeley for decades will never be satisfied with the process, no matter how you construct it. What they want is to close the door to Berkeley and keep it closed. We've heard them say the same things they've said for decades, and I just want to say that it's time to move on. So I'd like to invoke the spirit of Passover tonight and implore the council to open the doors to Berkeley, allow our abundant blessings to be shared with as many people as possible. pass item 1, allow fourplexes citywide and dense infill housing in our commercial corridors. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Anirban Chatterjee.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Anirban Chatterjee, and I think I speak for so many North Berkeley residents who strongly support item number 1. I really appreciate the council and the mayor for your courage and leadership looking at just that intersection between like housing, climate, race, and welcoming immigrants. I've lived in Berkeley quadplexes for over 2 decades now, and right now I'm in a Berkeley quadplex from the 1890s that's over a century old. And my neighbors include a mix of tenants and homeowners. My neighbors are people between their 20s and their 80s. They're white, Black, Asian, Latinx living in a low-car neighborhood in North Berkeley. And for me, this kind of housing is literally the best in the city. And I'm really excited by any kind of a process that could decriminalize, that could legalize houses like mine everywhere across the city. But this isn't just about like my life right now. I mean, a generation ago when my family moved to North America, we lived in apartments and townhomes and condos. My in-laws lived in a 3-story apartment building. 2 generations ago, my grandparents lived in a 12-story apartment building. Another set of grandparents used to live in a dense 3-story multifamily housing. I think for a lot of us, density is the housing model of our ancestors. And I really appreciate your leadership in helping really bring us back to our roots, the good, non-racist part of our roots. Thank you again for council for supporting item number 1 and for your courage.
Thank you. The next speaker is Teo.
All right, you guys can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, great. First of all, congratulations on pronouncing my name there. Yeah, I mean, obviously a lot of this discussion is really not about the resolutions. It's about theory of where we want to be as Berkeley. And I get it, we all really care a lot about it. I guess my hope out of the resolutions in general is that they bring Berkeley to dealing with real reality. I mean, I think the best part of Berkeley is our ideals. The worst part of Berkeley is only talking about the ideal and not actually achieving anything. We all want affordable housing. There's math behind affordable housing. Affordable housing fundamentally, if we talk about below market housing, requires money, which has to come from somewhere, right? Now, the RENA process, or I like Nigel's the RIANA process, requires us to zone for housing. It doesn't require us to fund housing. But I think we really need to confront this math as part of this process and confront objective reality about what does it take to fund the housing? How much are we as a city willing to fund directly through taxes on our citizens? How much can we reasonably get out of, development in a realistic basis that will actually, allow affordable housing funds and fees and things like that to fund it? And what will it really take to build the approximately 6,000 units of below market housing that it seems that the RENA numbers call for us? If we don't do that, if we don't face the real reality and the real math and have the tough conversations, we're going to be talking in 10 years about how we've overbuilt the market rate housing and failed on the below market housing. So I don't know what the process really needs to look like to drive this, but I think that's what we really need to focus on as a city. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Next speaker is Isabella Chu.
Good evening, Council. So I am just so proud and excited that Berkeley is going to be one of the first cities in the Bay Area to abolish my hope is to abolish single-family zoning. I would strongly like to speak in support of option 1. I think it needs to be pointed out that where people have not been able to outright block new neighbors, the usual process is to shrink, slow, delay, and sort of make unfeasible the building of new housing. And so even though community input and process sounds benign, the fact of the matter is that it makes housing slower, more expensive, and adds, for every new resident, a huge amount to the cost of their housing. And I think there's an important quote here. It's justice delayed is justice denied. And housing is a basic human need. And when we talk about letting someone who is already comfortably housed, who has, I own a single family home, I have 2 private yards, I have a roof over my head, I have affordable housing. I should not be able to decide whether or not another person gets the basic need of a roof over their head met because I don't like the building or it's not comfortable for me. And so although I certainly appreciate that people want to have a say in their neighborhoods, this is, community input has become a euphemism and a way where people who already have plenty can block the most basic needs of other people. So I strongly support option one. For sure, if you want to have design charrettes, do that. But neighbors should not be able to block new neighbors because they don't want the building there. We've had that for 70 years and we know what result that produces. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Davina.
Okay, hi Council. My name is Davina Sriudam and I'm a student at UC Berkeley here on behalf of Cal Dems and the ACC. I'm speaking today in strong support of the item 1 referral for equitable zoning reform. Tonight's item is a real testament to the commitment Council made towards ending exclusionary zoning, and I'm so glad to see Council take the next steps to live up to that promise. This referral has the necessary steps towards addressing and dismantling past racial inequities and working towards Berkeley's climate, transportation, and housing goals. It is absolutely essential that we explore every potential zoning reform and strive to make pathways to affordable housing for generations to come. Generations today, students, student parents, most likely aren't able to afford a single family home, but increasing density and legalizing duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes are the right steps to ensuring that affordability can be met for all generations to come. The city is absolutely on track to building a better Berkeley, and we have the opportunity to serve as a model for cities across the country. As a student, I'm so thrilled to see the council moving with such urgency with these zoning reforms, given the absolute precarious and brutal nature of the housing market that impacts us all. And we've seen these effects firsthand among our friends, peers, and other community members who come from low-income communities. So I'm so glad to see this, and I want to thank the council so much for their time and support with this, and I urge you to support item 1. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is Nathan Mizell.
Hi, Council. Nathan Mizell. Just wanted to speak briefly. I'm in support of item 1. You all know the very incredible and serious housing crisis we are in this area and in this city. I think we all recognize it, know it's important, and I know those who authored item 2 recognize that as well. Though I think in this moment, item 1 is the best method to move forward quickly into really, hopefully, a new Berkeley that can invite more people, that can be livable for more people, and that is a place where we can, hopefully begin to have different conversations, more room for other conversations, other than this, obviously, this very pertinent issue. So, I support item 1. I'm confident you will make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Rosa Hippler.
Hello.
Hello, yes.
Hi, this is Rosa Hippler. I am also a member of a co-housing community that is trying to build not only for market units, but below market units. Unfortunately, the costs of the fees that the city of Berkeley impose in order to have a below market unit is tremendous. And so in order to do that, there would be $250,000 per unit in order to make an affordable housing unit. I'm, the group that I'm part of, is very committed to have affordable housing, but they might not be able to do it. And I'm one of those folks that could only afford the below market units, and I'll be out of that opportunity because the cost that the city imposes to this nonprofit development is just not bearable for most people. And I would like to to think of what the city could do to facilitate the development of small condos units, so that not only the very poor or the super wealthy would be able to afford to live in Berkeley, which right now, there is like the extremes, and the people who are in the middle are just not able to live in Berkeley. So it'd be really good to approach those fees and have some incentive to build condominiums that are affordable for a wider population.
Thank you. Next speaker is Kathleen Quant.
Hi, thank you. Now the council majority has repeatedly voted to disregard zoning laws. You've demanded minuscule low-income housing from developers and ignored context and community concerns. The denial of what could and is likely to be built in this and in coming proposals is disingenuous. The upzoning proposal would allow far more density than you are admitting. The quaint photos by Drosty are fantasy. Let's see 8 or more units that would be allowed. Let's see how developers will game the system. They will build market rate housing as there's no incentive or mandate to build low-income housing. The insistence that none of our fears of what could be built will materialize is patronizing. The Drosty proposal offers no protections for potential homeowners or rentals. It's just a huge opportunity for land speculators that will serve to make housing more expensive, as it is proven to do so. You have severely misrepresented the material you've noted. You have cherry-picked sentences, made misguided assumptions. You've blindly followed the words of Wiener and Skinner, and there are sentences straight out of the real estate propaganda websites. These are corporate real estate conspiracy theories you're pushing, not social justice or even housing issues. We were told you would combine the proposals while weakening Han's proposal, and you've done that. I support the original Han proposal and neither of the two others. Thank you.
Next speaker is Greg Magopna.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Mayor and Council. My name is Greg Magopna. I've lived in Berkeley for over half my life. Grew up in Alameda and moved to Berkeley because Berkeley is where it's an amazing community with public transit and it's bikeable. But I have news for some people that Berkeley is already unaffordable. I'm a public servant. I've dedicated my whole life to working at nonprofits and working for the government. And what message are we sending to people who want to live in this community if you can only move here if you have $1.5 million? I don't know if that's welcoming to people like me who grew up low income, person of color who just love this city and the opportunities it gives. I think we should explore what would create more housing and housing that's affordable. That's why I'm supporting item number 1 as it was written. This is the beginning of a process, and I think we should equitably build across the entire city, giving opportunities to all types of people to live in the neighborhoods they want to. We already have housing types like this. Duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes exist across the city in every neighborhood before they became illegal, to make sure that people could control who moves in and so that non-white people like me wouldn't be able to move in. I think this is also an opportunity for families to stay together. I know a lot of people of color who have their family homes and they have to sell it versus being able to build a duplex so that their brother or sister can live with them. I also want to say housing policy is climate policy is transportation policy. If we want to live up to our goals of being a diverse, climate conscious, livable city, we should build equitably, and I hope you support item number 1.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sarah B.
Hi, my name is Sarah Bell, and I'm a Berkeley resident who's loved the city ever since I went to my first klezmer workshop here 15 years ago. Yes, I'm Jewish, and I do not find that this meeting conflicts with Passover which won't begin for 2 more days anyway. I'm here on my own time to voice my support for item 1. Item 1 is the only option that goes far enough to get us to the 9,000 homes that it was determined that we need to build here to address the housing crisis, which threatens to end the Bay Area as we know it. I'm here because our rampant inequality breaks my heart. There is nothing affordable about single-family zoning. It simply makes it illegal to build naturally more affordable duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes. Supply and demand work here. The more homes we have, the more affordable they are. We can and should protect existing residents and tenants, but we can do that while enabling denser use of the land. Berkeley is a city with a wealth of jobs, transit, and education, and we should make space for the people who want to live here to do so as quickly as we can. Going off of what Isabella Chu said, housing delayed is housing denied. Thank you very much, and please pass item 1.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sue Martin.
Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I would like to express my support for item number 2. And I am concerned about item number 1, and here are some of my concerns. So I actually encourage you not to pass item 1 tonight, but do please pass item number 2. With item number 1, I think there's some other avenues we should be seriously considering, and I haven't studied it in great detail, but I think the whole ADU is a path that we are not exploring sufficiently and that would benefit everybody. It'd benefit the need for housing, it'd benefit current homeowners if we had an extensive program to fund ADUs, allowed amnesty for current in-laws, made it easy to create 1 or 2 ADUs on a property. So that's, I think item number 1 does a little bit of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I think we need to have clear, objective standards for design, for setbacks, for height. I think we have to make sure this is really about affordable housing and not market rate housing. I think we need to appeal the 9,000 new homes, make sure we get to include Cal housing. We need to focus on affordability and oppose any kind of speculation or massive development that does not benefit our communities. It only benefits developers. So again, focus more on ADUs, 3 units on a property via ADUs. I think that would be a much more integrated way to approach the housing problems. Thank you. Thank you for all your work.
Thank you. Next speaker is George Porter.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. I really am concerned. I have to say that the public trust in the council is at the lowest sort of that I have seen it in my entire time living in Berkeley, and it is primarily because there is a sense of lack of community participation. We've been talking about this. So I don't see any reason why you would necessarily want to pass item number 1 when it simply limits our options. If later on, through the discussion, we decide this is the way to go, we can go that direction. There's nothing stopping us doing that. So I suggest that rather than going with unnecessary limitations on the ways in which we can proceed, that you choose number 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is M.L. Hicks.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I want to echo several things that have been said before, but my most important thing that I want to say is how much this community process, how vital it is. And I hope that you are not discouraged by previous speakers who say that community input is simply delay. Community input is essential, that we build the Berkeley that we all find, that the most accommodating and beautiful city that we can make it. And many people before me have said very wise and thoughtful and smart things. And these are things that I think we all need to hear from each other and that the council members need to hear as they're making important decisions. I would rather see you all wait on the vote, but it sounds like that is going to happen. And based on my community members' input that has happened before I had a chance to speak, I am in favor of option 2, mostly because of hearing from them more than from hearing from the presentation of it itself. So support option 2, strongly support community input. And at future council meetings, I would really appreciate hearing more about how community input is used in these decisions. It seems there's some skepticism about how much community input is actually used. And I would like to hear more about how you all use it so that we all feel like that we are a part of this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sam Taplin.
Hi, can you hear me? Sorry. Firstly, I'd like to thank everyone on council for all the thought and for all their good intentions in putting forward these proposals and, you know, all the work they put in. I'm here as the Director of Local Government Relations for the ASUC. We represent, you know, Berkeley students, UC Berkeley students. And I think, first and foremost, the number of people here and the number of people who come out to all these meetings, I think is a real testament to the fact that the people of Berkeley care. And I know that everyone comes in with good intentions and we want to listen to every voice. And I know that every student I know who's had to find an apartment in Berkeley has a really passionate view on this subject as well. And I can only do my best to, you know, represent their experience. That said, community process cannot be an excuse for indefinite delay. Process has to involve making a decision, having general parameters in like a factual basis on which we're going to make this decision, and then, you know, doing our best to, you know, achieve all our goals. We know that we have to emphasize housing along transit corridors. We know this is what we need to do to take on the climate crisis. We know that we need to take on exclusionary zoning. We know that we have to do this for our racial justice goals, our commitments, and that we need to take on housing segregation in the city. We know that we need more than 9,000 units of housing at all income levels, along with action in other cities to decrease rents. And we've needed these units for years. We've needed this for a long time. So we're super excited that council is taking this action, and thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Anthony.
Hi there. My name's Anthony. I've lived in Berkeley for 10 years, and I live in a room in a 100-year-old rent-controlled building in District 7. I'd like to thank my council member Robinson for his co-authorship of item 1, and I'd like to ask the council to approve item 1 tonight so that we can begin the 18-month public process so that more Berkeley residents will be able to find homes in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Watson Ladd.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I want to thank you all for your work. As you said, my name is Watson Ladd. 8 years ago, I got off a plane from New Jersey and moved to Berkeley to continue my education. Like many other Berkeley graduates over the decades, I fell in love with the city and stayed. I first lived in a duplex on the back of a lot in Poets Corner and now live in one of those hated quadruplexes in South Berkeley, surrounded by a mix of single-family homes and other apartments. Our neighborhood is enhanced, not hurt, by this variety of housing options. Every neighborhood, every block in this city is a place where new homes should be welcomed. Instead of micromanaging who will live there and what sorts of families might move in, we should embrace the idea that new people have something to offer our community and appreciate the dynamism that new buildings bring, even if you wish they'd painted it a different color or done the eaves differently. Minneapolis ended single-family zoning because single-family zoning is zoning that reinforces racial segregation. It's long overdue for us to do so, and I hope that the council passes item 1 as a way to do that and strongly upzones historically redlined, historically off-limits areas so that affordable housing will be built there and we will have a more integrated city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jordan Burns.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jordan Burns. I'm a UC Berkeley graduate student, and I'm also the Political Engagement Chair for Berkeley's local UAW 2865, the Union of Graduate Student Instructors, Readers, and Tutors. I'm also a member of the Jewish community. I'm very, very happy to be here tonight, doing all my Passover cooking tomorrow. And I just want to share a bit of my personal experience living and dealing with housing in Berkeley. And it's been tough. Most graduate students make about 20, 25 grand after taxes. And the only places my colleagues and I have been able to live are, small apartments, sizes ranging between 4 and 10 plexes. And I just want to say I'm really glad that we're beginning a conversation to undo exclusionary zoning and to allow these more affordable types of housing to be built. I fully support item 1. It is time to begin this conversation, an 18-month-long conversation. I feel like I need to remind people of that. And I just want to say that I, like so many others, would love to settle down in Berkeley someday, preferably in a dense, diverse, transit-oriented neighborhood, ideally on a car-free street. That'd be sick. I just want to reiterate, I strongly support item 1, and I urge you to vote for it. Thank you so much.
Okay, the next speaker is Adriana Valencia.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. City Council members, I'm a former, and I hope future Berkeley resident. I'm a UC Berkeley alumna, and I support item number 1, and I urge you to do so tonight. I want to talk a little bit about the RHNA. 9,000 units in 10 years is insufficient. This is the bare minimum. This is not progressive. Progressive is a city that is open to all. About community benefits, the housing is the benefit. The housing brings the community. The housing sustains the community. The housing builds the human and cultural wealth. That means that we can have teachers, public servants, people in the service industries. I reiterate, the housing is the community benefit. City Council, the opportunity is before you to define what Berkeley is as a city, to what the Bay Area will be as a region, to contribute to the human wealth of our region. Don't just do the bare minimum RHNA. We're in a housing crisis, and creating new housing at all income levels is critical to begin to solve it. We need housing at the lowest BMI levels, of course, for the quote, teachers who receive less than $50,000 a year. But at $50,000 a year, someone cannot magically afford a $1.3 million modest bungalow. An earlier commenter, Karen, mentioned that it's not 4 walls that make a city experience. It's true. The urban experience goes far beyond the 4 walls that you inhabit. We can have the farmers markets and bike lanes for more people. There will be better farmers markets. There will be safer bike lanes. People build our cultural wealth. People make the city. Support of item 2 would just take Berkeley even further in the direction of Palo Alto, an exclusionary disaster. By having a conversation with only the people who are already in the community, you lock out the people who have already been excluded. Please support item 1. Thank you.
Next speaker is Kelly Hammergren.
Can you skip me and come back to me? I'm in the middle of plugging in my.
Okay. Joe Spalding.
Hi. So I just wanted to say that, and this is at a much higher level, but this is an issue. tied to democracy. It's really tied to democracy. It's a lot less evident in a place like Berkeley, but the second we start looking at housing and we look at transit as well, anywhere else in America, and housing gets used to split up, frankly, congressional, state level, and federal level congressional districts, and really helps aid in gerrymandering. This is something that pro-democracy groups are seeing more and more, especially in states like Michigan, where my family lives, as the Republicans push back against things like vote by mail there, things that California takes for granted. Californians, in a lot of ways, when it comes to democracy, have it pretty well. Common Cause and a lot of the other organizations have fought really hard to do things like end gerrymandering and give a lot of voters a voice across the spectrum. And I think that's commendable, and we have replicated that in other states. Berkeley, fair or not fair, has this obligation to the rest of the country to do this the right way, and that's why I'm calling is to thank City Council for doing this the right way, for doing the research like Rigel talked about, and building the reasons for this so it can be replicated soundly. And in other city councils across the country, they just can't deny that the evidence is there, the attempts are being made, and soon we're going to see results. And me personally, I'm moving back to the Bay Area probably in the next 5 years. I'd really love for it to be in Berkeley. But we'll see what happens. But thanks for the work you've done so far, and I support item 1.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alfred Twu.
All right. Hi, everybody. I am here to speak in support of item number 1. We need to think big and stay on track over the next year and a half to meet the state timelines and requirements for the housing element. It's important we meet them because if we don't, our city will lose state funding, we may be exposed to lawsuits, and we will also lose local control to the states and the courts over things such as zoning and permit approvals. Many cities in the Bay Area have learned this the hard way in previous planning cycles, and even Berkeley was sued in 2002 for not meeting the state requirements for housing elements. So please vote yes for item number 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Oops. Sorry, 1 second. Kelly, I'm going to come back to you. Are you ready?
Yeah, I just got this plugged in. Thank you. We can change bus routes, and I'd really like us to be looking at the entire city to fulfill our RENA needs, and that's why I really like number 2, because it doesn't prescribe specific areas or specific types of housing. I really like having everything be really open so we can look at what works best rather than the prioritization of existing transit corridors. That section in number 1 makes me concerned that we're going to further segregation and gentrification by following the path of existing bus routes rather than looking at the entire city. And if we need to lobby to have better bus routes and more buses in other areas, so because those are the best places to build, then we're really thinking about that we have an open mind for the entire city and not to have a specification for one area. The other thing that's really concerning is that when I started looking at the early census projections, California is decreasing in population. You might say it's sort of static with a loss of 70,000 in the last year. And so I'm concerned that these RENA numbers are based on growth that may not happen. And I would hope that there is a way to make an adjustment, but I hear there isn't, and that's unfortunate.
Thank you. Okay, I've been informed of the city clerk that we are due for a captioner break. We have a remote captioner that's been typing furiously for the last 2 hours. So we're going to take a 10-minute break and we'll be back at 8:17. Thank you.
Well, we're on a caption break now, so that was an exciting first 2 hours of the meeting, I suppose. Nothing particularly surprising. I got into the queue earlier on, so I should be able to speak later tonight, but see how that goes. Anyways, we got 10 minutes, so here's some good music. Yeah, so David's asking, why is option 1 better than option 2? Well, they're both very big documents, so it's like hard to tell them apart per se looking at it. But when you really dig into the details, the way it's written is that number 2 essentially just excludes, yeah, it has a whole bunch of stuff about neighborhood character. It's very, all those weasel words, all those dog whistles. It tries to exclude fourplexes. It tries to do a whole bunch of other things like that. It's bad. Option 1 doesn't have that stuff, and that was actually sort of what at the very beginning of the meeting, Councilmember Arreguin, Councilmember Arreguin had introduced an amendment to option number 1 that would sort of even further bottom it up. And one change that really kind of stuck out to me actually was there was a line in there where he says extra emphasis on the word all and considering all kinds of housing, because he wanted to be very clear that this is about fourplexes, it's about zoning, and we're not saying, oh, we're going to stick with the status quo. It's very straightforward that we are considering all forms of housing. How do you get in line to comment? If you look for the Zoom link, which I guess I can put into the chat real quick, and then you just raise your hand and you just wait for, forever. Yeah, wait for the next 90 minutes or so, however long it's going to take until the 8th gets loaded up. Theoretical option of prioritize some sort of voting up where without reference to neighborhood character is neither 1 or 2. No, I think number one is that what you're looking for. I have to admit, I also haven't read all of either of the both proposals. But certainly the way that, I mean, just look at like who the sponsors are really. Because the item number one is from Drew Street, it's from Chaplin, it's from Robinson, it's from the YIMBY majority that we have in City Council. And option number two is from the Kate and Sophie show. You know, Kate Harrison and Sophie Hahn are infamous for their NIMBYism and opposition to housing in a lot of ways. And this is not an exception. They've been fighting this uphill since day one. They put out an op-ed in Berkeley Side, the local newspaper, earlier this week that was like, we need social housing. The secret behind that, though, is that the author behind that op-ed is the co-author behind, or co-sponsor behind, Councilmember Chaplin's social housing proposal, but she didn't think to mention it, doesn't really care, and she's not been very supportive of it. Yeah, the prioritization language in number one confuses me, and I have to read it. Support transit, of course, just won't let people off in the hills. Yeah, look at the sponsors. I think that's the bigger part of it, which is to say it's the YIMBY majority that supports it. We've got everybody on board with it so far. If you go back in time a little bit, actually, there was the last big stream I think I did about this was some resolution where they said we're going to actually get rid of single-family zoning. We need to get rid of exclusionary zoning. And it was that combined with another ordinance separately that would basically legalize fourplexes citywide as part of this process. And so, because of the Brown Act, you can't have a majority of council say how they're going to vote on something before the meeting. But if you look at who sponsored the fourplex resolution and who sponsored the end exclusionary zoning, and you add the two sets of people together, you've got a majority of the city council. Everything except for Kate Harrison and Sophie Hahn. The only two people have been fighting this tooth and nail. So, whatever you might think about, the details of one or the other, I think the sponsors are like the big key as to which way it's going to go and how, again, this is like a process that's going to pan out over the next year or so. And so we're just setting the boundaries and the borders of that process to decide how we're going to do this and what kind of questions we're asking. And sort of, the difference between asking, do we want to allow fourplexes versus asking the question, where are fourplexes going? Not even giving people the option to say no. So that's a lot of what this is about. Hopefully that was helpful. And they should be coming back in 3 minutes or so. 18 or so. I'll flip it back on when they do. Yeah, now's a good time to get dinner, water, snacks, whatever you want. Hydration break, bio break, all that. I'm actually going to dip out for a second, go fill my water bottle too. So, and I've got a box of pizza behind me. That's just calling my name. You can see it on the bed. All right, I'll be back in a bit. If fourplexes are voluntary, it might be hard to project impact on RENA requirements. Not really, because I mean, if you think about it, all zoning is voluntary. Like, even if Berkeley says we want 50 units of housing here, unless they put a minimum on it, you know, it's voluntary. You could, if you really wanted to be a dick about it, you could just buy up some really densely zoned land and build a single family home on it. I mean, you wouldn't like make any money off of that. That'd be a disaster, and just because the price of the land and all that is just so high there, you'd have to get something back on it. So if, you know, to the contrary though, if fourplexes are zoned and permitted in places all over, then it's very easy to project the impact on RENA requirements, because then you can have 4 units all over the city. But that's sort of separate from what RENA actually requires. Is it doesn't necessarily say that you like prove that you can meet that many units of housing, you know, in the city. It's more you have to meet your low income and very low, extremely low income, these moderate income segments with specific sites, specific parcels within the city. And that's a little more dicey. It's sort of unrelated to fourplexes in that, like, there's not really a plan to put affordable housing requirements on fourplexes. However, the density bonus comes into play here, in that if you try and propose a fourplex, you could actually build a little bit more than a fourplex and get to an eightplex if you want, provided that you include some affordable housing in it. So that maybe makes it a little more difficult to figure out the impact on that. But nonetheless, this is why they're required to identify specific sites in their housing element to meet their RENA, just as like a concrete thing. Yeah, how many people will actually build? Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. It's up to the market, really. But sort of separate from that, something to keep in mind here is that Councilmember Chaplin's also put forward an idea to look at like a social housing development agency as part of the city. So if the city can build housing, then we kind of know how many units the city will build. And of course, this also like ties in with Assemblymember Alex Lee's bill. What's it? I have it in my Twitter handle, like 827 or something. Oh, it looks like the meeting is back actually. Let me switch over to that real quick.
Okay, let's go to Jonathan Singh, and we can come back to Omwang Fels.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jonathan Singh. I'm calling in tonight in strong support of item number 1. I was very excited and happy to see the bold vision put forth for the city of Berkeley. I would love to see more density along our major transit corridors like San Pablo, and I would also love to see quadplexes and other small multi-unit buildings throughout the city. Tonight, I'd like to when I first moved to Berkeley, I very much appreciated the progressive character and the pockets of density that currently exist. But I think that with even more neighbors, our city could become even more vibrant and welcoming. More neighbors means more people could be able to live near their family members and their parents, rather than see them move to outer parts of the Bay Area. It means more folks to create art with, more people to share ideas with, more people to help watch your children if you need to. I think our extended family that we make here in Berkeley is a beautiful thing, and I'd like to be able to open that family to even more neighbors in the future. Those of us like myself who are privileged enough to have traveled internationally, especially in Asia, know how pleasant it is to be in Tokyo or Seoul amid frequent transit service, really dense neighborhoods with people walking everywhere, and just a very diverse array of folks that you meet on the street. I'd love to have that here in our own country, and I ask the council to support item 1 and bring our city closer to making that a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Omawali Fowles?
Yes.
You're up.
Start. Where is it?
You are, we can hear you. You can start.
Oh, you can hear me? Oh, fine. I'm speaking today from the perspective of the coalition of the Civic Action Coalition, and we're not that happy with either Measure 1 or 2. We do believe that the Berkeley Tenants Association has the right idea, but I think that much of what has been said has overlooked the fact that we have people who are sleeping on the streets and in tents as we speak, that the number of people in housing has not increased, and we still have 1,500 units, as one of the speakers said earlier, that are vacant, and that those units have not been looked at for immediate housing and or for renovation if need be, nor have they been looked at for purchase by the city. There are several financial benefits that the city has already enjoyed. One of those is the Measure A1 money from the County of Alameda, which they've had since 2017. Measure O money, which is coming from, that was just voted in recently. And also the $3.5 million that Alameda County received from Governor Newsom's $63 million grant from the federal government. And this is before the $1.9 trillion benefits package that's coming. So there are 4 different sets of monies that should have been used to enhance the voucher program, to purchase and or renovate, preferably renovate, houses that are not being used. And I think that Berkeley has not looked at a short term as well as the long term. And this proposal that you have tonight is a long term. It does not solve the problem in the next 6 weeks. Thank you.
The next speaker is Deborah Sanderson.
Okay. Hi, my name's Debbie Sanderson, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself as well as the ADU task force. We strongly support item number 1. And I must say that having lived and worked in Berkeley for many years, I am totally confident that the City Council and the Planning Department, in whatever they do, will adopt a process that will be broad and open and inclusive. We have a long history of doing that in the city, and it's one of the hallmarks of our success. But I think we need to recognize that the world around us has changed, and the status quo just won't fly anymore. If we want to maintain the characteristics and the diversity of Berkeley that many of us remember from earlier years, then we can't keep doing the same thing over and over again. The status quo won't work. The housing element is giving us an opportunity to make a big shift in how we think about our neighborhoods. And if our neighborhoods don't change, then the state will step in and do it for us. So I think this is a remarkable opportunity for Berkeley to take control of its own future and consider the vision that's in item number 1, which will help move us to a new way of thinking about our neighborhoods and new ways of regaining the diversity that we once had in this community, much of which we've already lost. So I encourage that we move forward with this now and not wait. The world's moving ahead, whether or not we're participating or not. So thank you for taking it up, and congratulations to all of you for struggling with this issue.
Next speaker is Holly Scheider.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Hi, greetings. Thank you all for struggling with this issue, as the last speaker mentioned. I think the issues that are important to me, and I just want to say that I am in stronger support of item number 2, although I am really happy to see how item number 1 has evolved from the first time I started listening on this. But I think that the transparency and process is really important to hear from community members. It has been somewhat confusing how the items have been changing, and so I look forward to having that be clarified. I just want to be clear that people have talked about let's get moving, and both of these proposals are to embark on an 18-month process that will answer a lot of the same questions. I also want to be clear that I support changing zoning, and that I realize that we're going to need to add housing. I live in District 4, and as someone else mentioned, there's a lot of different kinds of housing here, and that's great. I think the place where I have come to disagree with some of the original thinking about this has been because I, at the urging of some of the people who've spoken tonight, watched the Patrick Condon presentation and learned from the experience of other cities that just opening it up to zoning doesn't necessarily create affordability. So I'm super glad to see affordability. I'm very concerned that the RHNA numbers are unrealistic, and that I want to make sure that we can accomplish this and not lose the state control. And in order to do that, looking at things like current vacancies, dorms, and ADUs. And I'm running out of time, so I'm speaking really quickly. My last and parting thought is that I feel like it is government role to guide the process and not just turn it over to the market to solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Don Thomas.
Hi, the same question everyone asks. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. And I apologize at this point. I think my ability to be articulate has gone down, but I just want to say I do applaud all the effort, and I do think that you guys have really good intentions. I do want to express some concerns that, you know, like many people have said, that the numbers are unrealistic. And for anyone who's looked at the density levels of Berkeley versus the neighboring communities, we are in some cases 2 times greater with communities that just border us. And I think to think that Berkeley is going to maintain its character that we love by just giving in and allowing all of this additional housing to come in without challenging it is going to be very dangerous. And I think it's going to destroy the reason that people want to live here in the first place. I am concerned that we're starting an 18-month exploratory process with a document that has so many specific recommendations. And I just want to really encourage us that we are staying very open. I think there's a bluntness to the current recommendations around just madly upzoning everything, that it's just, it shows a lack of pragmatism and a lack of detail orientation. We're playing too much into utopian ideals without thinking about the very concrete realities. And I think that there needs to be greater attention also given to the residents and the homeowners. We're villainizing single family homeowners. I have a 2-unit property and I think it's a wonderful thing, but we need to be transparent that that is an option today and it's open with many of the laws. We do not need to toss out all of the zoning laws that protect us just to get to more affordable housing. I'm running out of time, so thank you.
Next speaker is Laura Klein.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Okay, thank you. I'm a longtime homeowner, so I stand to benefit greatly from the passage of item 1. If it goes through, undoubtedly, some corporate developer is going to offer me lots of money for my modest bungalow, tear it down, and build a big fourplex or more in its place. And I can take my big wad of money and leave town. But I don't support item 1 because, first of all, I think it's unfair to the people of Berkeley who truly want affordable housing. They do not want a big giveaway to real estate interests and Sacramento politicians. Item 1 will not create affordable housing. On the contrary, it's going to create more market rate housing, of which we already have a surplus, and it's going to result in increased gentrification. I am truly appalled at the disingenuousness with which item 1 is presented as creating affordability. It makes me really sad to think of the transformation of Berkeley from the lively, vibrant community that's diverse in so many ways, ethnically, architecturally, culturally, into a dreary city of block after block of soulless boxes occupied by only high-income residents. It is a disservice to the people of this city to ignore their calls for transparency and input, and to vote on legislation when one of the sponsors isn't even able to be present. I wholly support item 2, which will allow the people of Berkeley to consider and participate in the proposed changes. And please, I urge you to remember, the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Next speaker is Eric Panzer.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Terrific. Well, first I just want to say I grew up Jewish, and boy howdy, I wish I had known about this whole not being able to do anything 2 full days before Passover starts. I don't know if that applies to every Jewish holiday. I could have gotten an extra week off from school every year. And it's really too bad that me and the rest of the city are only learning about this rule the 1 year we're not supposed to be traveling or hosting a bunch of people at a Seder. But anyway, I'm here to support item 1. Item 1 is at its heart about ending city-enforced economic segregation in Berkeley. So to everyone who's saying we shouldn't presuppose or we shouldn't be quote unquote prescriptive, I would say, why the heck can't Berkeley be prescriptive about ending city-enforced economic segregation? What would it say about us if we refuse to commit to that basic idea? What we're doing right now, the status quo is proscribing, that means prohibiting, all but the most expensive type of housing in some areas. So please approve item 1 this evening and don't pass over this opportunity to act.
Okay, thank you. Before we proceed, just like to, I think we've addressed the issue of the Passover is 2 days from now. So I just like to encourage speakers, if we can focus your comments on the items before us, that would be greatly appreciated. The next speaker is Nico Nagel.
Hi, good evening, council members. Thanks all for taking the time at what is probably going to be a long hearing. Appreciate that you've done that a lot recently. And I think it's because you're working to get a lot done. And so I appreciate that as well. I'm Nico Nagel. I'm the East Bay organizer for the Housing Action Coalition. I'm here to say just quickly tonight, I mean, what a lot of other folks have said, my understanding is that the vote tonight is about, beginning a minimum 18th month process of public engagement. We're talking about how we're going to start talking. I appreciate that level of detail in the public process, and I would appreciate moving forward with that tonight. As a previous speaker mentioned, it's the role of government to guide the process, and that's actually why I'm speaking in support of item 1 tonight. Item 1 is incredibly detailed, lays out why we are rezoning and the goals of rezoning, and why it's no longer acceptable to be discriminatory in a city that is a stalwart of progressive values, but originated exclusionary zoning and was the first to find a legal way to maintain segregation. I do think government is doing its role here. It's guiding the process towards a better outcome. As was said by lots of other speakers, that better outcome is taking that first step towards desegregating. It's building enough housing near transit to meet our shared climate goals. It's leading the region towards better outcomes. And so that's why I'm here to support item 1. I appreciate all your work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next speaker is, please forgive my pronunciation, Ryan.
Yes, hi, my name is Ryan Modashemi. Thank you, that was a great pronunciation of my name. I see that option 1 is the only option that explicitly addresses and seeks to modify the historically racist single-family only restrictions that were implemented in Berkeley in the early 20th century. I'm ethnically Persian, and I'm currently celebrating the Persian New Year, which began on the first day of spring, and it lasts for 2 weeks thereafter. The holiday celebrates seasonal rebirth, and I very much view Proposal 1 as a rebirth for Berkeley shrugging off this racist policy. I'm confused about one thing. I've heard comments in opposition of Policy 1 asking for more detail, but also comments asking for Policy 1 saying that it's too prescriptive. So I feel like that implies to me that it's a just right policy that kind of tries to seek a compromise between being too prescriptive, because it allows for public process of 18 months, but also really detailing what are the values behind it that we're going for. So I also believe that the city should be planning for more than 9,000 units of housing. I think that the RENA process has revised its methodology to more accurately account for the jobs housing imbalance, but I still think that it is an undercount. And I would also like to make a more subtle point, which is that even if there were no RENA allocation that required Berkeley to zone for a certain number of units, Berkeley should still allow for more types of housing to be built in order to begin to address racial segregation in the city. It's a moral issue in addition to an economic one. And I think that we should stop delaying. My friend who for 7 years slept on a couch while his mother slept on the floor because they lived in an overcrowded apartment should not have to wait any longer. Let's not delay and let's adopt option 1 tonight. Thank you.
Next speaker is Avram. Avram, you should be able to speak. Please unmute yourself. Avram, you should be able to...
Yes, my first Zoom, I unmuted. You can hear me now, right? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. First of all, everyone's talking about 9,000 units of housing. You realize that in architectural parlance, that can mean up to 30,000 new people. Is that what they're talking about? Or are we talking about 9,000 people to add to our population? Which one is it? Either way, we've got a problem. If it's up to 30,000 people or even 18,000 people or added to the 9,000, it's a job for HUD. Why isn't anybody petitioning HUD to start doing its job? We've been stopped for 30 years because of Reagan. I live in the best apartment house in the goddamn city, Redwood Gardens. We don't call it apartments, we call them togetherments. We are that communal here. This is the kind of housing that needs to be built for the third of the population, which is paying over 30% of their income for housing, not to mention the sixth of the population of the country, which is paying over 50% of the housing. Biden doesn't realize, I don't think, because he's not talking about it, that this is the problem facing America. COVID was a teaser in causing a dent in our economy. The lack of housing will cause shops to shut down just as easily as COVID will. And I think there should be a council of mayors petitioning the president to start talking about it. During the election, the only one who talked about it was what's his name? And he only mentioned it once. And Biden hasn't said word one that I've heard. And so I'm in full disagreement with this whole process, but if you have to do something so people like me can talk and cause change, it's measure 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Virginia. Virginia, you should be able to speak.
All right, there. Okay, so that man, talking about Redwood Gardens, one thing about that place is it's surrounded by green space. So that's important. And here's the thing. I don't know how much I can fit in here. I've been busy with my own little problem, and I have not read all these proposals in detail, but what I am is suspicious of, despite how hardworking you are, I think developers have such a stake in running things. I looked at 2915 Harper, no setbacks, horrible context. Whatever proposals are here need to take into consideration for sure the context and the fact that people actually do need green space around them. Not if this is supposed to be environmental, then they shouldn't have to drive a long way to get to that kind of thing. I decided, you guys have heard all this stuff. I talked about my own situation a little bit. It's an example of how if you don't plan carefully, stuff happens. You have a rental policy that you hurried up and passed during COVID. And this might sound embarrassing. I hope this doesn't come out wrong. I rent rooms out in my house for very little, actually, compared to the market rate here, about between $600 and $700. So that's not very expensive for Berkeley. So I consider it low-income housing. I'm a senior and my partner is very senior, but we were forced to live 10 feet away from the roommate from hell because of this short-sighted policy you guys have. Rent control is important and good, but you have to look at context in all these policies and not force poor people to live in crazy places, not force old people to live in crazy places. So we had to spend a huge amount of money just to live in a comfortable place. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Luis Mirante.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi. Hi, my name is Luis Mirante. I'm here to support item 1. It's really, really encouraging to see Berkeley at the cusp of legalizing fourplexes citywide and making a huge progressive step forward, be one of the first cities in the state to make this big progressive jump. I would encourage you to move forward with the original proposal tonight. I'm somewhat concerned by the changes proposed tonight to specify that ADUs and JADUs would count towards the 4. That's because, well, ADUs are accessory in nature. They're not for sale. It prevents people from being able to build equity, and they're often harder to build. JADUs are often also conversions of existing space, can only be conversions of existing space. So wouldn't really necessarily be appropriate to count them towards the 4. That the council was previously considering. So in support of item 1 here, but would really encourage the original language around that item rather than the new language. I'd also just note that California has had 100 years of process on housing laws like this. For 100 years, housing advocates, fair housing advocates, scholars have researched the effects of single-family zoning and found overwhelmingly, and in every case, that low density zoning exacerbates segregation, and the proposals like item 1 are needed to redress it. As you all know, the Othering and Belonging Institute has found that the Bay Area is more segregated today than it was when the Supreme Court decided Brown versus Board of Education, and we need things like item 1 to stop that process. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker is, please forgive my pronunciation, Anoiel Adishu.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, my name is definitely hard to pronounce. I'm calling in support of item 1. I agree with Matthew Lewis's much earlier support regarding the urgency of this policy. Climate change is not going to wait for us, and I think 18 months is plenty of time. Community participation is cool, which is why I don't understand the concerns of lack of community participation, considering this call has 250 people. But another form of community participation is voting, and the voters have chosen our local elected officials. And just like how President Biden has a mandate to fulfill, I think all of you do as well. While people have concerns regarding people living in soulless boxes, our current situation is unhoused residents dying on our streets because they are priced out of their homes. Housing delayed is housing denied. These are not utopian ideals. This is how we built our communities before single-family zoning became widespread. And I do believe in an integrated housing policy. I support item 1, and I believe it would go great with Council member Taplin's affordable housing overlay. I think that and several other policies would work great together. This is the best time to have reversed this policy was 100 years ago, but the second best time is now. And I think that it is imperative on the council to take this action, not just for the sake of the climate, but for the sake of our community. Also, just a minor fact check. It's not legal to have single-family homes under rent control. I know someone made that comment earlier, so I just wanted to reemphasize that. I think that eliminating such zoning is beneficial to address our racial and economic segregation. And last comment, Rigel, I really like how you describe RHNA as Rihanna. Love it. We'll definitely use that as I go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Charles Clark.
Mayor and Council, I am Charles Clark. I'm a tenant in District 6. I'd like you to take to heart what Daryl Owens and Matthew Lewis and others have already said about making Berkeley open to others. So approve item 1 and call it a night. That is all.
Thank you. Next speaker is the caller with the number ending 915, Thomas Lord.
Hi, this is Thomas Lord, District 2. Berkeleyans should be aware that the mayor and the other supporters of item 1 are being deceptive tonight. In particular, they say that they have removed ministerial approval from their preferred item, but in truth, they know full well that the 9,000 unit quota of RENA is unachievable, and that therefore state legislation by Senator Trader Nancy Skinner and by Senator Trader Scott Wiener ensure that a ministerial process is imposed on Berkeley under state law most of the time. I think that level of dishonesty is astonishing and very bad. Also, speaking of Mr. Owens tonight called for maturity and respect in these dialogues, echoing Dross's comments a couple of weeks ago that this was not about accusing YIMBY critics of racism. And yet, the truth is that Mr. Owens and various other YIMBYs, professional and volunteer, who campaign for Drost and Kesarwani and Taplin, take to social media, accuse Berkeleyans regularly of racism, and in fact go beyond that to accuse Berkeleyans of having a sentiment towards eugenics and therefore a genocidal attitude, which is to say, if you oppose Councilmember Drost, you stand accused in the social media sphere by some of her biggest supporters of Nazism. So that's basically where you have dragged this process down to: lying, making these slanderous accusations, and it has to stop. Thank you.
Next speaker is Victoria Pierce.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry. Hi, my name is Victoria Fierce, and I am here today actually as the Director of Operations for the California Renters Legal Advocacy and Education Fund. We are a 501c3 engaged in public impact litigation to enforce state housing law, better known as suing the suburbs. And additionally, I'm here in my personal capacity as a former member of the RENA Methodology Committee, on which I served with Mayor Jesse Arreguin, and I must say I really respect you because of that. Thanks a lot. Since 2017, we've been instrumental, Carla, in the proliferation of accessory dwelling units statewide, or triplexization as we've called it. And while ADUs do have potential to create hundreds of thousands of much-needed new housing units in exclusionary neighborhoods, their limited size and density can only go so far in ameliorating our artificial housing shortage. One lesson we can take from the statewide ADU reforms is that successful housing policy reforms look beyond zoning regulations by addressing procedural roadblocks with by right ministerial approval. Besides the permitting process, other roadblocks we must carefully examine include impact fees and other development fees, design guidelines, building standards, rights of neighbors to appeal developments, and environmental review. Berkeley's current policies are designed to be accessible only to the most sophisticated and well-funded developers on large multifamily projects. If we want to succeed with missing middle housing and fourplexes, we need to redesign the entire process and not just the zoning to better enable smaller developers and single-family homeowners to participate in solving our housing shortage. A true effort to end exclusionary zoning must look beyond only the zoning regulations to examine all city policies that deter housing growth, serve to uphold redlining, and reduce access to opportunity. We urge you to support item number 1, the Drosty-Chaplin proposal, as a critical first step in addressing Berkeley's housing needs with a comprehensive citywide strategy. It is only through this we believe that you will be able to successfully desegregate and reintegrate the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ariella Granite.
Hi, my name is Ariella Granette. I live in District 3. I'm in support of item number 1, very excited about it. We need to update the city zoning code so that the city can meet the regional housing needs assessment. And infill housing is one of the most effective climate solutions that the city can take. We need to cut emissions by half in the next decade because of the climate emergency. And so we need to focus growth in transit and commercial corridors. I'm in support of fourplexes in all of the zone districts, except maybe the ones where there's a public safety issue. And I'm really in support of protections for tenants against displacement, including restrictions on demolition of existing affordable housing. So please support item number 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Eric Ahrens. Eric Ahrens, you should be able to speak. Eric Ahrens. Okay, let's go to Deborah Matthews. We'll come back to Eric Ahrens.
Thank you so much, Mayor and Council. First of all, I want to say thank you for the work that you have done. It is very self-evident. This is an opportunity for all of Berkeley to become a change maker. One of the things that's important to me is that we look at the overall general plan along with the housing element update. By incorporating all the state housing requirements and addressing community concerns for race and equity in the city's land use regulations and the general plan and zoning code, this takes a look at the big picture. It lets the city respond strategically to how to move the needle to produce housing instead of a series of ordinances that while really focused on doing and correcting work, it will not allow for the best work to be done in a non-complicated way. The plan can connect to the update of the housing element required by state law, facilitate and unify consistent and set approaches to providing more housing, affordable housing, and equitable housing. Such an update can identify the capacity of the city's major east-west, north-south transit corridors for new housing, as well as revisit the capacity of our downtown. The update can incorporate, without change, the Adeline Corridor specific plan. The update will look at the infrastructure improvements needed to support new housing and how to finance those improvements with a smooth, steady flow. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll go back to Eric Ahrens.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Mayor.
the council for hearing us. On item number 1, that would simply result in gentrification because the builders are going to build in houses that are fairly expensive, and they're going to buy houses that are quite inexpensive. And so those neighborhoods are going to become more expensive. Item 1 isn't a good idea, really. Item 2 is good. The democracy is an inefficient way of running a country or a city. It takes time, but item 2, it certainly fits into democratic ideals. So thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Emmerich.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you so much and good evening. I'm a several-year resident of District 5 and I work at a longtime Berkeley nonprofit. And I just want to express my support of item 1. I've been immensely inspired by the work that the council has done in recent months. And that work genuinely confronts not only our housing shortage and our arena needs, but it also confronts the century-long legacy of exclusion that results from Duncan McDuffie's early use of exclusionary zoning here in Berkeley. And it also confronts the fact that displacement due to unaffordability is exactly what's causing California's population to stagnate. Item 1 offers brave and necessary steps to bring into being the more just world we need. And the nation's watching us, and we can set a standard for what a welcoming city looks like. And I want to see all my fellow Berkeleyans thrive and feel truly welcome here, both now and in the future. And I want that for the generations that follow us. So that's why I'm excited for this public process to unfold over the next 18 months, and that's why I support item 1. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Shane Kripata.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Shane Kripata, and my pronouns are he, her, they. I'm a Public Works Commissioner and the Vice Chair of the Planning Commission for the City of Berkeley, but I am speaking on my own behalf this evening. I strongly support item 1. I am a queer veteran that served as an Army medic during the era of Don't Ask, Don't Tell. That's just one intersection of my many communities. Queer veterans are one of the hardest hit by poverty, abandonment, homelessness, mental illness, and trauma, just to name a handful. When I moved to the Bay Area, I was fleeing a life where I lacked the civil rights I possess here and now on these Ohlone lands. I arrived here seeking refuge and like-minded, forward-thinking progressives. When I was a student at City College of San Francisco, I was homeless more than once, but I was able to establish stable and consistent housing when I transferred to UC Berkeley, where I now live on Telegraph near People's Park and see our housing needs every day. Berkeley is a very unique place. It's a place where those who have been broken down and beat up by society time and time again do have the ability to stand up and speak, to stand up and recognize the power to impact positive change that we all possess. We are not here to uphold the status quo. We are here to make the world a better place for all and lead the way. Please support the thoroughly researched and vetted item with Nobel laureate endorsement, item 1. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ocean Ager.
Hi, I'm a Berkeley resident who grew up in North Oakland, and I have seen the progression of a lot of these big housing developments in my hometown. And I'm just really kind of concerned by the language used to sort of villainize people who live in single-family homes. I think the real issue here is if you want to do environmentally friendly new developments, that you make them partly socialized at least, and really, really make the main conversation, how much are they going to cost and who's going to be housed in them? I think I'm just getting clued into the CMB crap, but I can say that a lot of the language that's being used is very suspicious to me. People saying new neighbors, equitability, saying affordable when they don't really mean affordable, and bringing this race thing into the conversation when, you know, the things that created redlining over 100 years ago, we're facing a different issue now. So if you guys are not going to be completely transparent about how much this housing is going to cost, who's going to be in it, I don't know about new neighbors. I want my neighbor who's being kicked out of her house to have a place to stay in Berkeley, longtime Berkeley resident. This is a really human issue and not about, human wealth and all this verbiage that all these people are talking about. It's ridiculous. I don't know. It makes me emotional to talk about it. I just want to know how much, who's going to be housed in these new developments. They're going up all over town. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Aaron Eckhouse.
Hello, thank you. My name is Aaron Eckhouse. I'm the Regional Policy Manager for California YIMBY. I'm also a former Berkeley resident. I lived on Prince Street, and my mother grew up in Berkeley on Caguan Avenue. I'm really excited about item 1 and urge you to support it. I think it's totally appropriate ahead of what's going to be a lengthy and involved community engagement process around the housing element for you as the duly elected city council to provide direction to staff and consultants who are going to be working on that housing element about what goals and concepts you'd like to see them advance through the process. I think there's a lot to love in the direction provided in item 1, like transit-oriented development that's going to help advance our climate goals, as well as ending exclusionary zoning policies that have locked people out of Berkeley neighborhoods for too long, helping us build more inclusive communities. And I think it's good that council is going to be proactive about meeting important goals like our moral and legal duty to affirmatively further fair housing. I am very concerned about one proposed amendment around counting ADUs and JADUs toward the 4 homes per lot number. I think that would significantly weaken the policy and its ability to produce new housing, and particularly its ability to produce new home ownership opportunities for people. My grandfather was a professor at UC Berkeley. He was able to buy a home walking distance from campus on that salary. That's unimaginable today for professors at UC Berkeley, for teachers in the Berkeley public schools, for any number of other public servants in our community. So I hope you'll address that change. And then I would also just like to echo Victoria Fierce's comments about the importance of looking not just at the zoning standards, but also the entire process around how we permit development, so that this can be a feasible policy that will actually create those 9,000 new homes that we need in Berkeley. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Catherine Wolf.
Yes, hello. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Thank you for holding on this long. My name is Catherine Wolf. I'm a doctoral student at the University of California at Berkeley. I live in Susan Wengraf's District 6 in the Berkeley Hills, and I speak in support of item 1. First, where I live in Berkeley is stolen Chochenyo Ohlone land, and I, like some other folks here, I'm a white settler. I'd argue that for many of us, this isn't truly our land in the first place, so I speak with humility and with a fervent wish that item 1 also included specific provisions for sharing power with local Ohlone and indigenous groups, and ultimately the return of land to the Ohlone people. That said, speaking from my own experience as a graduate student, we graduate students need more affordable housing now throughout Berkeley, including the Hills. Rents are currently so high that Cal advertises the CalFresh Public Food Assistance Program, or food stamps, to its graduate students as a way for us to survive. I also want to point out that the housing crisis in Berkeley directly interferes with research productivity at Cal. We struggle to attract the most brilliant students because they can't afford the rent to live here. We students who do come and aren't from wealthy families often have to take extra teaching and non-research workloads to survive. Thus, we can't do as much research, which ultimately harms our own careers, Cal's standing in university rankings, and the general progress of knowledge. Undoing exclusionary zoning, increasing the number of affordable housing units throughout Berkeley will not only help solve the affordable housing crisis, but will also support the institution of the public university, of which Cal is the exemplar, and ultimately the continued production of knowledge in the United States. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Barnali Ghosh.
Hi, everyone. I'm Barnali. I'm a planning commissioner and chair of the Transportation Commission. But today I'm speaking on my own behalf. I'm speaking on behalf of Walk Bike Berkeley, and we hope you received our letter of support in of item 1. We believe that this approach allows for denser housing along transit corridors and in priority development areas that help reduce our auto dependency. And since cars are our largest source of emissions, this is critical to meeting our climate goals. On a personal note, I'm taken back to the time when I moved to Berkeley a couple of decades ago as a planning student. I had hopes and dreams that were immediately crushed due to the stress and trauma that came from trying to find a safe place to live, and I emphasize safe. To date, it is one of the hardest things I've experienced. This is why I do this work. No one should have to go through what I went through. Since then, I've been lucky to be able to buy a condo in District 5. Not everyone wants to live in a single family home. It's a quadplex. It has allowed me to continue to make a life here and contribute to making the city better. I'm frustrated that friends of different classes have been displaced from Berkeley because of high rents, and others who want to make a home here because they see it as a refuge can't afford to live here. We need options for all kinds of families and people. I also want to note that the policies so far that have promoted an American way of life that idolizes single-family homes and cars and neighborhood character that folks want to preserve have been one of the biggest contributors to climate change and is devastating the low-carbon ways of life of people in my homeland. It is immoral to maintain status quo. I support item 1. I'm grateful for your leadership, for your urgency, your thoughtfulness, and the evidence-based ways that you've put together item 1 to address climate, equity, state law, healthy housing mix, tenant protections, and so much more. I urge you to vote for item 1 today so we can get started. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is BART Board Vice President Rebecca Saltzman. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Rebecca Saltzman. I represent much of Berkeley on the BART board, and I strongly support item 1. And I want to thank Council members Droste, Kesarwani, Taplin, and Mayor Erdine for introducing this. People all over the Bay Area want to live in cities like Berkeley. It has great access to transit, including the 3 BART stations, a lot of open space, and bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure that's getting better all the time. But so many have been priced out, leading to sprawl and long car commutes, exacerbating our climate crisis, which I know we all care about. Ending single-family zoning will help address this. I care a lot personally about this because my wife grew up in Berkeley and both of us graduated from UC Berkeley. 2 years ago, we were looking to move and wanted to be near my wife's mom, who lives in North Berkeley, especially at the time since my wife was pregnant. And we are very privileged. And even with good paying jobs and savings, there was absolutely no way we could afford to buy or rent in Berkeley. And so I urge you to think about all of the families that are less privileged than us. How are they supposed to live in Berkeley as it is right now? I want to commend the council for the immense work you've done over the past few years to make Berkeley more affordable and accessible to all types of people in the Bay Area, and there's still a lot more to do. And this proposal, item 1, would help make the city more affordable, create more types of housing, and more options. So I urge you to support it. And finally, I want to commend the city for your inclusive process on North Berkeley and Ashby BART station with the Community Advisory Group. And I'm sure you will conduct such a process with this item. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Siddharth Kapoor.
Hi. So I'm a former Berkeley resident and I'm a volunteer with East Bay for Everyone. So like most of the other folks calling in whose names are a little bit hard to pronounce, I'm also in support of item 1. So I'm really thrilled to see Berkeley be a leader in furthering equal and fair access to housing. This has been a progressive goal for decades. And it's just really exciting. But it's not just about abstract political ideas. This is about giving everyone more options for places to live. Even the people calling in to oppose this item probably aren't 100% in love with their housing situation. They might be locked into their house. They might want to move to a smaller place or a newer place. Like, life happens. Everyone needs to move at some point. So please, let's make it easier for people to move when they need to and live where they would like to live. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Seth Rosales. Why you want more?
Hello. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mayor Arguin. Thank you, council members, for your hard work. This is Cesar Rosales. I live in District 7 for the last 20 years, and I'm also a health commissioner, but I come as a member of the public. Thank you, Vice Mayor Drosty and co-authors, Council Members Taplin and Councilor Wani, to finally coming up with a proposal that we can wrap our head around. I'm speaking here in support of item 1. It presents a very clear path as one pragmatic solution to our housing crisis. It makes a ton of sense. Item 2, on the other hand, is just what Berkeley is very good at. More talk, more consultants, more study, and more talk. And will add more years to finding a solution to the city's unaffordable housing situation, and still not come up with a solution. Meanwhile, our housing needs remain dire. Our unhoused community continue to expand and live in unacceptable conditions, even if the city is spending millions of dollars to support them. And unless, of course, we can solve our lack of available housing, we have to continue to support our unhoused members. It's the only humane thing to do. If there is any more talk on more money for study, it should center on how to make item 1 a reality. And the concern that the units that will be built will just be more expensive and will only serve the developers. How about including an ironclad clause that an upzoned residence will give its original tenant a so-called right of first refusal, that they will be able to rent a space for the amount they were originally paying for and will henceforth be governed by the city's rent control ordinance. If the original tenant will be unable to afford a new rent, then the city should be able to subsidize the unit using the funds that the city will be saving from the millions of dollars that we move as we move our unhoused residents to these newly created units. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It sounds like Topa to me. Okay, next speaker is Tomaso. Tomaso, you should be able to speak. Please unmute yourself. Hi, Tomaso. Are you there? Tomaso, you are up. Tomaso. Okay, we're going to go to Laura and then come back to Tomaso.
Hi, can you hear me? Yes. Great. My name is Laura Foote. I'm calling from YIMBY Action, and I'm in support of item 1, but I also want to congratulate the City Council on having a victory already. Cities across the state are having a wide range of reactions to how they are going to achieve their housing goals and whether they're going to actually use this process to get the most out of it, to have the most equitable housing policies. And Berkeley has planted a flag further than anyone else this far. It is an amazing thing to watch. You are trending on Twitter, congratulations, and you are getting the word out that the housing element process is a real opportunity to do all of the things that people are talking about, make tenant protecting demolition controls better, to reduce sprawl. You are doing the work that is needed in order to demonstrate what is possible to advance affirmatively furthering fair housing. You have the opportunity to be the first, be the best, and I am so excited that we get to cheer for you and hopefully see the policies that you all plant the flag with then embraced across the state. You get to be leaders if you take this opportunity, and I think you guys already are, so congratulations.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tomaso. Tomaso, are you there? You're unmuted. Tomaso? Last chance for Tomaso. Okay, we're gonna go to Teresa Clark.
Hi, everybody. Really want to thank you all for item number 1. I'm really impressed with how specific it is and how much research and information was included in the item. You've really pulled a lot of stuff together, and I think this is a plan that has some real meat to it, and it's real action. It's real action on zoning reform so that we can increase the amount of housing that is allowed to be built in our city. And that's what this is about. We really need to allow more housing to be built. I live about half a block from the BART station on a really nice block. And Ben has visited our block and has seen our neighborhood group, meetings in the evening on National Night Out. And it's an interesting block. We've got an eclectic mix of single family bungalows, condominiums, apartment buildings, fourplex Victorians. And this is what we can do in these neighborhoods. And that's why I'm really appreciative of the item to allow fourplexes in the single family home neighborhoods. I think you can create a very wonderful character with a lower density than the transit corridors. Of course, we need it at the transit corridors, but we can have lower density neighborhoods that also have a lot of homes. And I think that that's what I'm most excited about, that we're finally tackling that. We're finally tackling this kind of the exclusion of the single family and embracing, I think, the potential of creating fourplexes in all our neighborhoods. So I'm really excited about that. And thank you for all your hard work. And good luck with the vote tonight. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Peter Waller. Oh no, sorry, Fern Hahn. Next speaker is Fern K. Hahn.
Hi, do you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, so this is my first time participating in a council meeting, so please bear with me as I'm quite nervous, but I feel compelled to express support. Hi, I'm Fern K. Hahn, a high school student in Berkeley, currently living in Oakland, and I'd like to voice support for item 1. Pretty recently, I lived in a 2010s built Southwest Berkeley row house for a year and a half, the only kind of housing in the city that accommodated our household of 3, albeit barely, while staying within our middle-class rent budget. I should note that I'm not white for those crying that racism is behind upzoning, while the opposite is actually true. Living in a medium density walkable environment along 2 local bus lines provided younger me with the mobility to be wherever I needed, be it the restaurant or grocery store around the block, any of several BART stations, the varied retail offerings of Emeryville, or my friend's house across the city. Housing stock of this type is incredibly limited in our most urbanized areas, and I'm now stuck in a smaller condominium unit in a suburban, freeway adjacent location that strands non-drivers like me. We need missing middle housing and denser housing for anyone of any income in places built for people. This also encourages alternative transportation, which is a step in line with Berkeley's famed environmental ideals. As essential as new affordable housing is, I'd also like to remind you that dense market rate housing prevents urban encroachment of green spaces and gentrification of older, lower income housing stock by containing wealthier newcomers within a smaller footprint. The basic right to housing for all who want or need to live here is more important than the aesthetic neighborhood character preferences of already accommodated, well-off residents. Thank you all, and vote for item 1.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carol Marasovic.
Okay. I appreciate the revisions to number 1. They're improved revisions that have been made in the spirit of compromise, and also were clearly proposed to respond to the community opposition, of which there has been substantial, not everybody on this call, but substantial on this call. Whenever such a major plan impacting on the future of the community receives a strong community opposition and still continues to proceed forward without further community input and debate, there's a perception that there's a sinister objective behind it, and that the plan has been expedited for less than honorable reasons, that hovers over the implementation of the plan. And if for only that reason alone, I support item 2 to allow further community input and debate, which is demanding, but is necessary when it's requested. There are a lot of speakers who have spoken to that housing is definitely going to ease the unaffordability in the community, but I'm not sure that that has been built into this plan, that we really know those assurances are there. And that's one of the reasons that people want a further community process. I appreciate that Councilmember Wengraf rescheduled her plans or to come to this meeting, because she clearly had other plans before the meeting was scheduled. And also the Councilmember Wengraf did refer to socioeconomic diversity and the need to house our homeless. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Leah Simon Weisberg.
Good evening. I am the chair of the Berkeley Rent Board, and I'm here in that official capacity to highlight the concerns and hopes of the Rent Board vis-a-vis this whole conversation. All of the council members should be in possession of a letter that we voted on and sent. Essentially, obviously, we feel it's incredibly important that our demolition ordinance remains strong, that data is collected. There's been a lot of suggestion as to what, why this, move is inspired. And I think it's important for us to see who is pulling who's going to be building this, who's going to be living in it. And so I think that it's disingenuous for us not to be collecting that data if we're using particularly race as a motivating factor. Obviously, it's important that we capture as much rent control opportunities if that allows for this. Much of the conflict that we have around rent control is because of Costa-Hawkins. If the city of Berkeley could decide what had rent stability as well as vacancy control, then we wouldn't be having these difficulties. And that brings us back to affordability. And while I understand that many people believe that if you put limitations, developers won't come, I don't believe that to be true. If you're saying that there's so much housing and there's not enough housing and it needs to be built and people want to purchase it, but if it's not affordable, it's not getting us. Berkeley is one of the few cities that has no subsidies for people to buy here, and it's one of the reasons we don't have low-income folks. So we have to find affordability. It has to be part of what is provided in this future process. So please review the letter from the Rent Board. We took time in developing those different 5 concepts, and we look forward to participating in the process.
Thanks. Next speaker is Alex.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and City Council members. I will try to be very quick. I support item 1. But I also want to make another point that I think is very difficult for anybody involved in these discussions to make, which is just that no amount of zoning changes is going to make housing affordable in Berkeley. We can change the direction slightly of the future. We can try to bend the arc in the right way. But the fundamental facts of what it costs to build a housing unit in Berkeley just are not affordable. It costs a minimum of $500,000 and somewhere up to $1 million, maybe a little more for some of the housing the city is developing on Berkeley Way. If your housing costs $1 million to build, there's no way to make it affordable. And so I think you're actually on the right track here with item 1 and generally in what you're trying to do with zoning. But I think an honest assessment of what the capabilities of the power that the council has in front of it is that it's not going to make a huge difference in the affordability of housing. It still is the right thing to do. It will encourage a variety of housing types, some of which will be a bit more affordable in the future when they get developed. But no amount of zoning changes is going to change the cost to construct housing, and that has a real factor into what the minimum cost of housing in Berkeley is. And so I think, it's not a politically expeditious thing to say. I doubt any of you will admit that in a public forum, but the reality is the zoning changes aren't going to make housing much more affordable. But with that said, I support item 1. I think you're on the right track. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Barry Pike.
Hello. Yes, I'd like to also speak in support of item number 1. I really want to applaud the council for their vision, their boldness in this. I grew up in Berkeley. I'm a retired Berkeley teacher and a former president of the Berkeley Federation of Teachers. From this perspective, as a lifelong Berkeley resident and a Berkeley teacher, I just want to remind everyone that the entire Berkeley community, and the Bay Area for that matter, are truly suffering from a housing crisis. Not to mention how this housing crisis contributes to the climate change crisis. Over the last several decades, this housing crisis has been building and building, but when you have been living here in Berkeley for a while, and you have a roof over your own head, with either a fixed rate mortgage because you own the home or it's a rent controlled apartment, you don't always feel the full impact of this housing crisis. You know there's a problem, perhaps you even know it's a big problem, but it might be harder to really see it for the full-blown crisis that it really is and how that impacts people in so many awful ways. It can sort of feel like we're the metaphorical frog in that pot of boiling water. And we're not really taking action. And that's what it's sort of felt like to me and it's looked like to me over the last several decades here in Berkeley. A crisis requires not just change, but radical change. And that is where your leadership is taking us. Thank you so much, Council Members Droste, Taplin, Kesarwani, and Mayor Erging. Thank you. This meeting is all about setting up the process. I encourage you to establish that process in a way that moves things along with full community participation. But also I caution you, I have witnessed too many instances in Berkeley where cries for more process end up being driven by a conservative mindset that serves as a way to filibuster the kind of radical change that is truly needed. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Amelie. Amelie, you should be able to speak. Amelie Crow. Amelie Crow. Okay, we're going to move on to Andrew Nathanson.
Hi, I am a renter in District 6, and I am calling to express my support for item 1 and my opposition to item 2. Because I do not believe the physical built context or the aesthetic preferences of the community should be a consideration in the zoning review process. At this point, I think we have a choice between preserving the physical built context of the city or the diverse cultural character of the city. The expensive housing here is a simple matter of supply and demand. It is a very desirable city to live in with access to good jobs, education, culture, and open space. And our supply has not kept up with that demand. Berkeley at one point was Ohlone land, then it was largely pastoral, then it was developed into a low density city with ample single family zoning. And now it is time to allow it to transition to a medium density city if enough people want to live here, which I believe they do. I also want to just put in a good word for developers who are going to be responsible for actually building the 9,000 units. They spend years planning, getting approvals, assembling financing, coordinating the construction, and then managing properties. It is okay if they make a profit, just as anyone on this call expects to be compensated for the work that they do. And I'd also like to thank you for all the work that you guys have done thus far in this process. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jeff.
Isabel Chu speaks for me, and yes, housing is the community benefit. Yes, on item 1, eliminate exclusionary zoning. Unfortunately, it's still an issue, and give innovation a chance. Berkeley's already hyper gentrified because of exclusionary zoning. Give innovation a chance. With a price tag of over $750,000 per unit, taxpayer financed housing has its limits. Give innovation a chance. Don't believe everything you think. Commentators are already imagining horror stories about evil developers gaming the system. Don't believe everything you think. Tectonic shift moves faster than development in Berkeley. If things are trending in the wrong direction, there will be ample time to course correct. Housing is a community benefit. Pass item 1, give innovation a chance. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Paul Bickmore.
Hi, my name is Paul Bickmore, and calling in support of item 1. But really, I think y'all should just do as much as you can to get as much housing as possible built. And that's my comment.
Thank you. Short and sweet. The next speaker is Bill Hall. Bill Hall, you should be able to speak. Please unmute yourself. There we go. Hi, Bill, are you there? Bill Hall? Bill Hall? Bill, are you there? You're unmuted. Okay, let's go to Charles Ayers. We can come back to Bill Hall.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for the chance to speak. I first moved to the Bay Area as a UC Berkeley student, and I still work in the city. It was in Berkeley that I first realized that I wanted to be a longtime Bay Area resident. It was also where I first encountered what I consider to be our greatest regional challenge, which is the housing crisis and all the misery and unhappiness that it inflicts on our community. This is a crisis that is ubiquitous. It is everywhere. It impacts all of us. Taking it on requires bold action, and that is why I'm happy to see the actions Berkeley leadership are considering tonight. I heartily support item 1 in the hope that future UC Berkeley students will experience only the best that the Bay Area has to offer. Thank you again for the chance to speak.
Thank you. The next speaker, we'll go back to Bill Hall. Is Bill there? I don't see Bill. Peter Waller. Peter Waller, you should be able to speak.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Peter Waller, member of the steering committee for South Berkeley Now. Speaking in support of item 1, this is so exciting. And speakers have been so eloquent on this subject. So I'm just going to say 2 things. I want to go back to the gentleman who introduced me to the term gatherments as opposed to apartments. Thank you. That's a marvelous term. To Deborah Moore, I would like to second her point about this is the time to think about the general plan update. As we welcome new neighbors and make it really work for all those folks. And lastly, I want to emphasize that this will take some time. I think you guys set it up in a good way, but nothing is going to change radically overnight. I think we can all take a deep breath. We do this right, be thoughtful about how we set this up, and let's do this. This leadership is so critical. Thank you.
Thank you. Go back to Bill Hall. Bill, are you there? You're unmuted.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Perfect.
Thank you very much, and thank you, council members. I'm in District 6 up on La Vereda, and there's a variety of different housing solutions up here, bordering the campus area, and they all seem to work very well. There's fourplexes, there's condos, there's rentals, there's in-home rentals for students, and it all feels pretty good. I would like to comment on something I prepared and let you consider this. We read reports of Berkeley and San Francisco approving aggressive residential density increases in the form of unrestricted fourplexes and high-rise apartments. For those of you thinking this will lead to decreased housing prices, please do some research on housing in the Bay Area. That promise is a myth. Propagated by realtors, developers, and public officials. Fact is, the world population is increasing by 81 million a year, and this is becoming a real sustainability problem for our planet. Each person requires 1.5 acres of crop farmland and consumes 100 gallons of drinking water per day. Where will these resources come from? Maybe it's time to tailor the population growth in our beautiful Bay Area and set some sustainability goals. Contrast this to packing us in like sardines and forcing us into public transportation where we exhaust the planet's resources under a never-ending financial concept called growth. The Bay Area housing affordability crisis can be solved by other means, such as providing refundable home purchase subsidies via public loan grant mechanism. The loan grant is returned to the public when the home is sold and reinvested to help the next homeowner who requires affordability. Not only do we have a serious carbon emissions and global warming crisis, we have an unsustainable population increase. We need to lead the way in solving the population problem and setting a responsible example. Putting more people in a smaller area is not that answer. In fact, it exacerbates the resource issues we currently face with land and water. Thank you very much, council members.
Next speaker is Igor Tregat.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I want to double click on a previous comment someone made about Berkeley going viral. You certainly have exponentially larger numbers of people here than were at our ZAP meeting. I want to just read the highlights of a Sierra Club letter that we sent you this morning and unanimously approved this week. We wish to supplement our comments and express our support for the initiation of a public process and zoning concepts for the 2023 to 2031 housing element update. In doing so, we do not state a preference between items 1 and 2 and note the similarities between these items. We're committed to a public process to discuss zoning concepts for the housing element update that includes the following elements: a fully inclusive community planning process, the consideration of housing affordability, including the production of housing affordable to those earning 50% AMI or below, the prevention of displacement of existing Berkeley residents from our community, both tenants and homeowners, the inclusion of demolition controls and or the prevention of incentives to demolish existing, generally more affordable residential housing, increased residential density, particularly along transit corridors and in proximity to public amenities, and the avoidance and or disincentivization of unintended consequences, such as land and property speculation and predatory lending practices. We note that most, if not all, of these elements are also included in both items. For this, we thank the Council and reaffirm our desire to be closely engaged with you during the next phases of this planning process. Thank you so much and have a great evening.
Next speaker is Reverend Sophia DeWitt.
Hello, Mayor and Council members, good evening. I am Reverend Sophia DeWitt, Program Director at East Bay Housing Organizations, and I come to speak in favor of item 1. And I want to appreciate the hard work of Council people Droste, Kesarwani, Taplin, and also, of course, Mayor Arreguín. The directions in item 1 in terms of allowing up to 4 units of housing in all parts of the city are important in addressing the city of Berkeley's historic racial discrimination in housing that was elevated in the creation of single-family zoning in Berkeley as the first place in the United States, and also the focus on more intensive housing development along transit corridors will be good both for housing production and affordable housing production, as well as meeting climate change goals and needs. I also appreciate that item 1 has a number of tenant protections included to make sure that new housing development does not displace existing residents of the Berkeley community. I think that the proposal leads the way to increased affordable development in the city, and we very much look forward to working with all of you as this public process rolls out over the next year and a half. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Helen Walsh.
Hi, I sit on the Commission on Disability, but I'm here speaking on my behalf. I don't have a particular for either one or two, but I do want to request that we continue a dialogue. I know that for persons with disabilities and even seniors as they age, it's very difficult to either keep your housing or find housing if you're looking for it. Here in Berkeley, one of our commission members had to leave our commission because could not find accessible housing. So I just want to put out there is that that our inclusive communication includes universal different types of ways of building houses so that the diverse community of persons with disabilities have also the opportunity in here Berkeley to participate and to find housing and to grow our families here and not have to leave. I think that's it, and thanks a lot. Bye.
Next speaker is Leah.
Hi, my name is Leah. The proposal for item 1 is a brilliant one. I am definitely hoping that you can all unanimously decide to pass item 1. The reason I speak to you today is actually because I'm packing up to move. I live in North Oakland, and I was recently trying to buy a place, and the places in Berkeley were extremely unaffordable and extremely tiny. So I'm going to move to a place in Oakland called Adams Point. And the draw of Adams Point is that there are multifamily units and single family homes in the same neighborhood. In fact, there has not really been a huge barrier to building multifamily homes in that neighborhood. And yet that neighborhood has incredible character, and it is just barely affordable for me to be able to live there. Berkeley should look to the model of Adams Point to begin to perhaps remedy its own situation of many people wanting to live there, do great things, do science, have academic discourse, even do social justice projects, but not be able to afford to live there because the options are so small and the vacancies are heinously low. In fact, homes there now, the asking price is just a suggestion. A lot of homes go like hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars over asking price. So I would appreciate you consider item 1. And thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you. The next speaker is Evan T.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, so this is my first public comment, but I think housing is uniquely important, and hearing some of the comments tonight has finally got me to get over that little bit of public speaking anxiety. I live in a duplex with an ADU out back in South Berkeley. When I moved in, me and my roommate replaced a family, and the ADU in the back was rented to a single mother who was eventually priced out of our neighborhood. She's now been replaced with a single person. Keeping the same buildings around doesn't do much to help keep the same people around. I've known people who lived for a year in a studio ADU as something of a luxury to themselves before they moved back into one room in a duplex. And I also know a new quadplex can cost less, like living in one unit of quadplex costs less than a old single family home, even a new quadplex. We've already seen this happen in Portland, and it also allows aging in place. My grandmother is getting up in age, and her home was increasingly too large and had too many stairs for her. My aunt and uncle built a duplex in front of her home, and they're living there while renting out the other unit. Eventually, my grandmother is going to be moving into the duplex. I also believe that one of our best ways to get new affordable housing across the city is to make it as easy as possible to build multiplexes while encouraging people, and above a few units, requiring people to afford units. I also think it's the best way to prevent wildfire danger to humans and property. We have already all of this land that's built up to a certain degree, and that means that everyone else is either having to move to Antioch or Fairfield because they can't live closer in. And so densifying Berkeley even just a little bit will keep people from having to clear out wildfire-prone canyons and whatnot. So I guess I support item 1, which I think is going to help people everywhere in Berkeley to pursue the housing bay and their family needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Todd Darling. Hi, Todd. You should be able to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Okay.
There you go.
Good evening. My name is Todd Darling. I'm in District 5. The debate here between proposal 1 and 2 seems to me to be really about the word inclusive. Our present era is rife with rhetorical appropriation. Words have lost their meaning. Inclusive, as written in option number 1, can mean whatever the people in charge says it means. Inclusive will include what the employees decide to include. For the Berkeley Flats, already one of the most densely populated areas in California, to have any hope of real representation, for there to be any hope of affordable grassroots solution, the meaning of inclusive has to be spelled out. The narrative here has to be flipped. Whatever housing crisis exists was caused by the people who build housing for profit, not by hardworking people in Berkeley struggling to pay their rent, their mortgage, and their taxes. If we say there is a legitimate problem with the design, just maybe there's a legitimate problem with the design. The residents of Berkeley did not cause any crisis. The developers caused this crisis. Otherwise, why do we have 3,700 vacant units in this town? Another 5,000 vacant units in Oakland? Why is the language of liberation being appropriated to justify the desires of the rich at the expense of the poor and the working class? Why aren't taxes on vacant units on the table? Anyone who thinks that proposition number 1 will develop affordable housing is frankly delusional. Current homes and units purchased right now are going for $300,000 to $500,000 more than asking price, according to bankers and websites. We have to be inclusive of the post-pandemic demographics. We have to be inclusive of what will keep us resilient and sustainable in the face of climate change. We have to be inclusive of how to let working class people in the flats finance extra units on their own land to protect their future generations and provide some affordable housing without selling out to gentrifiers. We have to include the idea that architecture absolutely impacts culture. We have to include thinking about the carrying capacity of the land, as did the Ohlone, the original people of this land. They knew that endless growth was suicide.
Next speaker is Chris L.E.
Hello. Hi, I'm Chris Legan. I'm a resident of D1. I'm speaking in favor of item 1. I studied sociology in my undergrad and my grad school. I did some work with the Center for Urban Research and Learning in Chicago and tracked homelessness outcomes in longitudinal studies. And housing really is kind of like the original sin of so many problems in America. We used to know how to build cities. And I feel like people have forgotten or are forgetting just how aberrational housing in Anglo-Saxon countries, especially America, is. And even within that context, how aberrational California is. We've chosen to literally build into our built environment racism, classism, and has become extremely apparent in the past several decades, carbon-oriented infrastructure. I think this item is both transformational and incremental. There's the adage that we always overestimate what we can do in the next couple of years, but underestimate what we can do over the next decade. And I think this really fits into that. But climate change really puts like a major deadline for us. So even though it can be transformational in the long run, I think this urges council to stay bold throughout the process and continue to seek all options to build more infill housing and support the elimination of our deeply auto-oriented and carbon-intensive infrastructure, including stuff like affordable housing overlay, TOPA, anything just to secure more people living in less carbon-intense environments. So please, let's just move forward with item 1 and just kick this process off so we can get it done faster. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Rohit. Rohit, you should be able to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. My name is Rohit Lampalli. I work at the Poverty Action Lab North America, a research center that works on finding solutions to end poverty, including on how to mitigate and prevent homelessness. But I'm calling in a personal capacity and as a resident of District 2 in Berkeley. I call in support of item 1 on the agenda. I also want to second an earlier comment made by Aaron Eckhouse, say to look again at the provision for counting ADUs towards some of the towards meeting the housing needs. I think the current provision might perhaps weaken proposal. Further commend you and speak out in support of this. One thing that perplexes me is when I see people complain about gentrification and rising house prices, but then speak out against adding more housing. I think one of the ways in which this could help mitigate some of the concerns around gentrification is precisely by changing zoning requirements, because otherwise the reason we get gentrification is because the only places you can build more housing is in the very places that have historically allowed housing, because they are where lower income residents are clustered and not where you have higher income residents living. Furthermore, I know people feel that some proposals like this lead to vilification of single family homeowners. I think single family homes are great. I'm not sure I would want to live in one, but I very much see the appeal of it. However, I don't think the appeal of it overrides everyone's right to have a place to call home and live, whether it's in Berkeley or anywhere else. We need more housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Paola Laverde.
Yes, good evening. I'm Paola Laverde and I'm a rent board commissioner. I will start by quoting a portion of the letter from the Berkeley Community Safety Coalition. In the guise of addressing the racial injustices produced by exclusionary zoning, the current proposal to allow fourplexes throughout Berkeley specifically targets the most economically impacted communities in our beloved city. This is a policy with racially harmful consequences cloaked in anti-racist language, as the proposed redevelopment in item 1 does not require any affordable housing at all. I want to point out that the housing crisis Berkeley is experiencing is one of affordability. I want to remind the City Council that between 2014 and 2019, Berkeley built 1,790 market rate units, yet prices keep on going up. When a lot goes from providing 1 unit of housing to providing 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 units of housing, there's no set rules that the cost of that housing will be any cheaper, as a developer will want to extract as much money from each unit as possible, either through rent or through the sales of condos. In February 2019, the City Council was provided the Assessment of Vacant Properties report, which found that in Berkeley there are 3,754 vacant housing units. And that problem of vacancy is not even addressed in item number 1. If you're going to vote in favor of item 1, I encourage you to add all 5 elements recommended in the rent board's letter to you. The letter provides 5 items that tackle the issue of speculation, that provides 2 tenant protections, and require affordability. The 5 elements are supported by many community organizations, including Berkeley Tenants Union, Our Revolution, Berkeley Citizens Action, just to name a few. Unaffordable housing is housing denied. 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 Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kendra Levine.
Hi, good evening. Thanks, council members, for sticking it out. I'm just calling in as a longtime Berkeley resident, former Cal alum who still works at UC Berkeley, and sees the impact of our lack of housing in Berkeley and how it impacts students and UC Berkeley workers and the whole community. And so I strongly urge you to support item 1. I don't think that it's it doesn't single out single family home owners. As a single family homeowner, I do not feel threatened by it at all. I do feel threatened by climate change, and I feel threatened by the displacement of community members. And I hear a lot of the concerns about gentrification, but I don't think I don't think inaction is going to solve anything. So I really am excited about the prospect of item 1. And thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Betsy in Rains. Betsy in Rains, you should be able to speak.
Yes, thank you very much. This is Betsy Morris. I'm wearing 2 hats. I want to appreciate the welter of ideas, of principles, of values that have gone into both items. I did not realize it was a competition, I actually support aspects of both, but I am deeply cautionary to that unaffordable housing is housing denied, no upzoning without affordability. Let me state that, however, there are more ways to get affordability than the current dilemma of the perfect storm of construction costs, material costs, and labor costs on top of unprecedented land costs. And that these, so I want to name some of the ways we could have affordability that I hope this body will endorse. We can have, as Cambridge does, we could potentially tax absentee owners at a higher rate than owners that are living in the community, contributing to the community, and not treating it as a pure asset for the benefit of investors. That's one. Two, we could be registering every new unit in Berkeley that goes for rent with the Berkeley Housing Authority so that it can be available and tracked for the many people who do need rental assistance vouchers. Third, I need to speak to the absence of seniors and the growing number of seniors. We're invisible in the plan that you put forward. And I want to urgently encourage Susan Wengrath to speak up about that and why that's important. And the rest, I wish you good luck. Thanks.
Okay, so we have 10 more raised hands. Meetings of the City Council do adjourn at 11 unless extended by a vote of the council. So if you support item 1, you do not necessarily need to speak to express support, but you are certainly welcome to. If you'd like us to take action tonight, you can elect to forgo comments to enable us to discuss and take action, but we welcome your comments if you would like to speak. So I will last call for public comment. If you would like to speak, raise your hand at this time. This is the last call for public comment. I'm only going to call on the hands that are raised, and after that, we're moving on to written comments. So if you want to speak, raise your hand now. Okay, Andrew Talbot's next speaker.
Hello, and I really want to say thank you and appreciate all the hard work that the council has done on these items. It's really awesome to see all that work. And, I support item 1. The events of the last week for our family have really made me think a lot about how much luck plays in our lives and how the vicissitudes of everything. We live on a precipice of all time that as humans, we could be gone tomorrow. I think about my kids a lot, and the housing crisis was created 30 years ago, and we're not going to undo it overnight. But hopefully, my kids, when they grow up 30 years from now, maybe they can be unlucky and still have a home in the city where they live. They can be unlucky and struggle in life, but still have a roof over their home over their heads. And that's the city I want us to build. And I'm hearing from the council that's the city they want to build. We elect our council. We hire the city staff to do this work. I think by the time all this stuff ends up, there'll probably be another election, and the citizens of Berkeley have a chance to speak up and decide if they think the council's doing its job. I think we should look to our representatives to represent us and support the work we're doing to build more housing and build more resilience into Berkeley. So thank you for your work, and hope we can finish this up. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tim Frank. Tim, you should be able to speak. Please unmute yourself.
I just unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Terrific. Thank you. I'm Tim Frank. I'm the Executive Director for the Center for Sustainable Neighborhoods, and I'm speaking in strong support of item 1. We have a housing crisis in America that is essentially universal, affecting all but about 30 of the more than 3,000 counties in the country. And it's really a 3-part crisis. We spend as a nation less money on affordable housing than almost all other wealthy countries. we uniquely among all the countries on the earth have basically zoned the majority of our residentially zoned land in America so that it's illegal to build an affordable home. And then finally, we have more low-wage labor than almost any other industrialized country. Now, a municipality can't on its own solve all of these problems, but Berkeley is actually positioning itself to actually have the most progressive and comprehensive program to address all three of these things in concert. And item 1 will help us get there. And it's something I'm immensely proud of, and I encourage you, and with all due speed, go for it. Thanks.
Thank you, Tim. Next speaker is Ben Gerhardstein.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Ben Gerhardstein with Walk Back Berkeley. We urge you to pass item 1. The zoning concepts in this proposal would further the city's goal of promoting safer and more sustainable transportation. I think everyone should recognize that locating denser housing in priority development areas near transit corridors and nodes and missing middle housing throughout the city is really essential to reducing automobile dependency and shifting trips to other modes. Since the automobile is the #1 source of greenhouse gas emissions in Berkeley, reducing auto dependency is essential to our climate goals. So please pass item 1 for a more equitable, sustainable, and inclusive Berkeley. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. The next speaker is Robert Fruchtman.
Good evening, council members. I'll make this short since I'm in support of item 1. I'm calling from San Francisco because many terrible things have been done in the name of single-family zoning, and it is important that we get rid of it in every city, in every jurisdiction. In San Francisco, in our Twin Peaks neighborhood, the effects have been particularly bad. In 1941, there was an apartment project for over 200 units proposed by the San Francisco Housing Authority, and the Homeowners Association in the neighborhood, the West of Twin Peaks Central Council opposed it, and their secretary gave the following quote in the newspaper. Quote, "The West of Twin Peaks area has been developed on a first residential basis for many years. We have guarded that exclusive basis very carefully, fighting against apartments and unrestricted business building. That is why we have a community to be proud of, and we're going to fight this low-cost housing project all the way," unquote. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Bryce Nesbitt.
Council members, as a matter of disclosure, I do consulting for people looking to legalize in-law units or create junior ADUs. And I'd like to remind everyone that Berkeley, all of it was rezoned for 3-unit housing on January 1st of this year. Every home in California, and certainly every home in Berkeley, is eligible to have an ADU and a junior ADU. And I can tell you from a year of experience of trying to do this, is that the zoning department and the planning department, they got the memo, but they didn't really agree with it because they're not making it very easy. So we can densify our community to the 3-unit level under existing state law. And I think there's a special role for the junior ADU. When we're talking about the potential for gentrification, and we're talking about wanting to help people who are struggling, we have low-income homeowners who aren't quite making it. Adding a junior ADU, taking a space that their kid moved out of when they went off to college, let's hope, and turning it into a JADU is a tremendous anti-gentrification tool. And I think that should be explored and used. My concern with the 4-unit proposal is that the houses that'll go first are the ones that have elderly owners that aren't very well maintained right now. They're going to be bought out, torn down, and something else is going to be put up. And I'm not quite sure that's what you really wanted the result to be. So, go JADUs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is David Mendelson.
Hi, I was just calling in because I wanted to strongly support item 1. I read Mayor Aradine's piece in Berkeley Side today, and I very much agree with what he says about how the city can and must grow sustainably and responsibly. There's a housing shortage in this city, and ending single-family zoning and allowing quadplexes is such a low-impact way to achieve more housing and to achieve more affordable housing. As a previous commenter mentioned, quadplexes often fit into neighborhoods very well. In fact, the only way you can notice they're there sometimes is by looking at the mailboxes. And then I also wanted to echo what Councilmember Kesarwani brought up about how important it is for people at all income levels to have access to high opportunity neighborhoods. And single family zoning reduces that access. It literally excludes people from those high opportunity neighborhoods. So the damage from these 40 years and more of downzoning is real, it's severe, and it needs to be reversed. I think ending single family zoning and allowing the routine construction of quadplexes is the ideal way for the city to grow sustainably and responsibly and equitably. So thanks for taking my comment.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Bonnie Berkeley.
Hi, thank you. I live in District 1, and I'm in support of item 2. I think that we need community input. I'm concerned about people who are saying that we should trade our community benefits, that those that housing is the benefit, but we do need, I agree with I think Todd said, Darlene mentioned carrying capacity. We need to make sure we have the resources to support more housing. We need to do more, parks, schools. We need that in place too. And we need to protect against speculators who are not concerned about the community, but just will purchase land and displace housing that's already there. So I support item 2. Thank you.
Very much. The next speaker is Sonia Treves.
Hi, my name is Sonia Traus. I am in support of item 1. I'm really excited about this. Congratulations, Berkeley. This is an awkward night. I heard that other people earlier were mentioning that it's a kind of a hard night for observant Jews to come and speak, and that did kind of interfere with my ability to tune in, which is too bad, because I think that if more Jews were speaking, then there would be even more people for item 1, because density is literally our religion. You have to be able to walk to shul. And Berkeley has an incredible density of some of the best synagogues. I would love to live within walking distance of Beth Israel. I would love to, but there is no way. I'll tell everybody, we paid $800,000 for our house in Oakland. There's no $800,000, 1,500 square foot piece of, place to live within walking distance of Beth Israel. And all of these synagogues need people to be able to walk there, in a reasonable amount of time on Saturdays to survive. So we definitely need more density. It's great for a lot of things. It's great for inclusion. It's great for diversity. It's great to make it easy to be Jewish in such a great place like Berkeley. And it's only an improvement. It's a little weird. I have to admit, people who are coming on and sort of opposing the fourplexes because of affordability. What I hear is that what they want to preserve is the $2.2 million single family homes, because that's our outside option. That's what we have to think about, right? Either preserve a bunch of $2.2 million single family homes, or go to fourplexes, which are going to be inherently cheaper, even if they're not deed restricted, subsidized, low income, they're still cheaper than what's there. So if you're opposing the fourplexes, then you're cheering for all of these super expensive single family homes. That makes no sense to me. All right, thanks for everybody's work on this.
The next speaker is Deborah Kropp. Deborah Kropp.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. All right, I said in a committee meeting a couple weeks ago that as I listened to the video of the hearing taking place at 2017 before the ZAB, I was drawn to the voice of a desperate family man and renter of a small, humble house at 2212 10th Street in Berkeley. This husband and father of 2 young children pled with city officials saying they wouldn't live here in the house if they thought it was unsafe. Please do not demolish it. We don't know where we could afford to live and will probably become homeless. I don't know what happened to the man and his family, but I do know that the developer was allowed to demolish the single-family house. In its place, he built 2 units and sold them in 2019 for $1.575 million and $1.45 million. In this transaction, we lost affordable housing for a lower-income family of 4 and enabled housing to 4 wealthy adults from San Francisco. Patrick Condon, professor from University of British Columbia, said, "We have incrementally quadrupled the density of Vancouver, but we haven't seen any decrease in per square foot costs. That evidence is indisputable. We can conclude there is a problem beyond restrictive zoning. No amount of opening zoning or allowing for development will cause prices to go down. We've seen no evidence of that at all. I am for real affordable housing. I'm for finding ways to fund low-income affordable housing, for reducing building fees when building low-income housing, for reviewing the general plan. And let's plan how the people of Berkeley and city officials can do this together and still honor our beautifully architectural historic heritage, racial diversity, and environmental design. Yes to item number 2.
Next speaker is Anne-Lise Francois.
Yes, hi. I've already submitted my written comments, so I'll just say that I'm a tenant of District 4. I'm surprised and disturbed by the council's decision to go ahead with this meeting tonight in the absence of my council member, who is also the sponsor of item number 2, which I fully support. And I support it partly for the reasons laid out by the Berkeley Tenants Union, for the need to protect for affordability and against the kind of demolition that the previous speaker was just raising. I also want to say that I teach environmental studies and literature at UC Berkeley, and I'm surprised by the number of people calling in support of item 1 who seem to think that building a house is the primary way to address climate change. Residents who live near the bus lines 65 and 67 that routinely serve Spruce Street and Euclid Street actually live in transit corridors, yet those buses have remained routinely empty for the 20 years that I've lived here. If Berkeley is serious about addressing the climate crisis, we need to get people out of their cars now. We need to get them into existing transit and walking and biking. Thinking that building housing is the only way to solve that crisis just seems very short-sighted to me. But I will defer to the written comments that are more eloquent than I can be here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We've received your comments. However, given that you've spoken, we will not be reading your comments into the record. But they were received. I did read your comments, actually. They were submitted earlier. The next speaker is Shirley Dean, former Mayor Shirley Dean. Mayor Dean, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
My name is Shirley Dean, and I'm a longtime resident of the city of Berkeley. I've served this city as a planning commissioner and as a 19-year council member, both citywide and as a district representative and as mayor. While item number 1 is said to be less declaratory, and that's good, the item still reflects a certain outcome to the extent that public participation is compromised. I ask that you reject item 1 and adopt item 2, because item 2 is just about process, clear, clean, understandable public participation. And that is what everyone needs, because it elicits a variety of opinion, and that's what democracy is all about. In the interest of transparency, I further urge you to tell the public how the RENA goals were arrived at, as an appeal of that number must be made by April 12th. It is this level of goals, almost 9,000 units in 10 years, demands an explanation to the public, and we need to know. I also would like, in the interest of transparency, this is an essential thing to know. I also support the comments of Todd Darling, and I appreciate the opportunity to comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, the next speaker is Jordan Grimes.
Yes, good evening, Council, Honorable Mayor. I'm Jordan Grimes. I'm a member of housing advocacy group Peninsula for Everyone. It's late, so I'll be brief. I'm here in strong support of item 1. When I was in school, I commuted to Berkeley via BART. I lived at home and commuted in because I couldn't afford the cost of college and housing, largely due to Berkeley's housing shortage. So I strongly support this proposal, which will provide housing opportunities to those who so badly need them. Also, as a Jewish man, my ability to chime in tonight was not hampered by the timing of this meeting. And I really hope that you'll embrace progressivism and not Malthusianism and move item 1 forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the next speaker is Matthew Lewis. Matthew Lewis, you should be able to speak.
No to upzoning without affordability. No to further gentrification. Yes to affordable housing. BTU fully supports increased density, but not mandating all of the demands of the unanimous Berkeley Rent Board as binding instructions to the Planning Commission, and not without mandating all of them. This position of no upzoning without affordability, without all of those points from the Rent Board, is supported by numerous organizations, including BTU, Our Revolution East Bay, the Grey Panthers, every single candidate for ASUC External Affairs Vice President, and more. Building market rate housing does not help low-income tenants. See, for instance, 2017 reporting by Jeff Stein for the Washington Post. Landlords will simply leave the new market rate housing vacant rather than lower rent, like they've already done with the over 3,700 vacant units in Berkeley. That's enough to house the homeless nearly 4 times over, and that statistic is pre-pandemic. More neoliberalism cannot fix capitalism. Without the Rent Board recommendations, this is doubling down on the failed strategy that has led to 128% of our market rate RENA numbers being met and only 4% of our low-income RENA numbers. We cannot trust the city without giving binding instructions to the Planning Commission. Why? Because, for instance, the Planning Commission Vice Chair has been posting on Facebook in support of demolishing rent-controlled housing and forcibly evicting the tenants of 1921 Walnut Street. The revisions to item 1 do not add any of the Rent Board's points. The good news is the council can and must fix this. I want to speak now, not on behalf of BTU, I want to speak personally for a moment. No one said that tonight was Passover. Folks, including Councilmember Waingraft, said that it was so close that to Passover that it would interfere with their ability to prep for Passover. It's also worth noting that tomorrow is Shabbat. Some Jewish folks can't cook or prep otherwise during that evening. Also, some folks celebrate Passover a day early based on when it is in Israel. I want to say shame on people, including Councilmember Drost, who is tweeting this disingenuous attack instead of listening to public comment. Shame on people questioning people's religious beliefs. That's absolutely disgusting. Don't question people's religious beliefs, particularly when they're honest members of the community.
Thank you. The next speaker is Remy. Remy, you should be able to speak.
Thank you so very much, Mayor Aragon and council members. My name is Remy Omodele. I'm a member of Human Welfare Community Action Committee. I'm representing myself here, of course, but I would like to mention that tonight I've listened to many of the points we made in a recommendation that we submitted to city manager in 2018, and I think Mayor Aragon was aware of that, even though the recommendation was never sent to council. The point that we made, or the main point that we made in our recommendation, which we named Paths to End Homelessness, was about affordability, to prevent homelessness, affordability, to encourage people of low income or middle income earners to live comfortable in Berkeley. And we did not call our recommendation rezoning at that point, but we recommended that housing be made possible by inviting homeowners who wanted to add units to their property to be allowed to do so, to be encouraged to do so, either by the city helping or making permitting easier. These are the ways we thought could readily provide a lot of units that Berkeley residents could use, and by so doing lower the possibility of homelessness. Thank you so much.
Okay, Narendra Dev is the next speaker. Carol, you've already spoken, so we're not going to be able to call on you again. Thank you. Thank you for your prior comments.
Hi, I'm Narendra Dev, resident and property owner in District 3. I support item number 1 since it's easy to understand and it's a clear path forward towards building more quantity of housing and lower cost housing. Item number 2 is a more comprehensive process, but has the risk of falling into analysis paralysis. As a homeowner, I went through a painful 1-year process doing a use permit with public comments for converting my single-family home zoning into a duplex. This was followed by a 6-month process to get a building permit. It should not be this painful. Also, hopefully being enabled for quadplex also does away with the numerous significant fees I had to pay to different parties: building permit fees, school fees, East Bay mud fees, and so on. So just to recap, I support item number 1. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So those are all the raised hands that we are going to call on. I want to thank everyone for attending. We had, I think, about 250 attendees, and really appreciate the really excellent comments that we received. We do have some written comments the city clerk is going to read into the record at this time.
Okay, let me get my screen.
Actually, before you do that, I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules and extend the meeting to 11:30. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Rosti. Roll call, please.
Okay, Councilmember Kesarwani,
Yes.
Kaplan,
Yes.
Bartlett,
Yes.
Harrison is absent. Han,
Yes.
Wengraf,
Yes.
Robinson,
Yes.
Drosti,
Yes.
and Mayor Erigi.
Yes.
Okay.
So we are going to 11:30. And so, Mr. Clerk, I turn the floor over to you to begin the written comments.
Okay, I'm just arranging all my windows so I can see the timer while I read. Okay. The plan of Harrison et al. Addresses the unmet need for affordable housing units through competent process that will hopefully retain the environment we enjoy. We must not pack Berkeley chock-a-block with minimally reviewed new residential units. RENA numbers handed down from Sacramento project a population growth that is absurdly large and will take the best efforts of consultants, council members, and citizens to get Berkeley out of the quicksand of misinformation and into the solid ground needed for good decision making. We need Sacramento to accept Berkeley's realities, including the huge number of housing units being constructed by UC and the thousands of existing vacant and or uncounted housing units in Berkeley. I think that the alternative proposal, item 1, is more likely to elicit rampant speculation by out-of-town developers who will seek unfettered shoehorning of multiplex housing into our neighborhoods. That's from David Brandon. From Susan Henderson, I would like to hear how the proposed zoning will, as the mayor wrote in his email this morning, make home ownership more attainable. Thank you. From Dave Blake, probably won't get through this whole one, but Now, when the council is preparing the ground for a huge residential density increase, we should pause to make sure that there will be some way to continue to provide housing for people who can't afford $3,000 a month for a one-bedroom apartment. It's especially important because the opportunity to support the creation of affordable housing goes hand in hand with the proposal you are considering tonight. Back in 2000, a one-bedroom apartment cost $1,000 a month. Even in the areas of Berkeley zoned for 4-unit homes, there was only marginal profit to be made in adding units to existing properties. That's why the council at the time concentrated their efforts on encouraging mixed-use apartment construction in C1 and C2 with immediate access to public transportation and far less chance of riling neighbors, like the massive opposition the council faced with the scattered site program in the 1980s. But a unit today will bring $40,000 a year, not $12,000. Across the city, homeowners are waking up to the unused value waiting in their not fully developed properties. The Bates Mayo Council recognized that they needed to use the mixed-use boom to finance affordable housing, and though they undershot the value of their permitting power by keeping the in-lieu fee low, they did reveal what could be accomplished by grabbing a share of the housing boom. The concept behind that fee is called land use value increase recapture. Value increase recapture is a reflection of the elements that led to the extraordinary value increases beyond ordinary inflation and population pressures. The Bay Area is the hottest residential area in the country because it's a great place to live. And it's a great place to live in large part because of the infrastructure put in place by group effort, governmental, and
no offense to the clerk, of course, but it's kind of dreadful to just listen to him reading all of these written comments into the record. So
hello, my name is Jonathan Kelly.
I'm going to try and keep listening to him in the back of my ear, but if people have questions about what all this was tonight, happy to answer them.
Potential is for new housing units created
and talk about what's happening next. After this guy gets through the rest of the reading of the comments, then we're going to go have an actual vote, and hopefully we'll tune in on that. If you were listening closely earlier to what Mayor Arreguín said, he said at one point, if you're supporting agenda item number 1, please don't comment, put your hand down, because when he says that, it means that it's going to pass. So we already know what the vote's going to be, essentially, at this point. So yeah, we kind of already know how the night's going to turn out. So if people have questions or something, or Q&A, or just want to chit chat or something, let me know in the chat.
Without affordability. Just as important, we support the plan outlined so clearly in Councilmembers Hahn and Harrison's op-ed in Berkeley side today. Berkeley is a very desirable place to live with all the city amenities this
have some good city clerk ASMR, I guess, with some Final Fantasy music apparently.
Diversity of population and striving for equity for all. Presently, this
some people have been asking in the chat about this
Berkeley is becoming homogenous,
music. It's just a video game study lounge from Game Chops, a really cool and great community that makes video game music, chiptunes, that sort of stuff, which is the kind of music that I make outside of doing politics. Yeah, so assuming they pass number 1 question, what comes next? Well, I think a lot of waiting, because what this agenda item is just directions to city staff to start working on this process and start working on outreach and whatnot and all that. So I imagine, maybe next month, which is only in like 2 weeks or so, we'll hear more information about what exactly is coming next. But it's probably going to be, community outreach process. They might try and put together like a community advisory committee, unless that's like written in the resolution. Again, I haven't actually read the full resolution or either of them. They're just so big and long. So I don't know like all the details. It's a lot to remember. But yeah, so like what's next is probably some community outreach, some of that stuff, good meetings, stuff that's like less city council tweetable, threadable stuff. But I'll keep people in the loop on that. And then, yeah, as some people have said, this is a plan that's going to be like an 18 month of engagement to get people, in the community involved. get feedback and input, and do like a full outreach process. And for me, you know, this is why I just absolutely hate sort of project by project approvals, because this is an extensive rezoning process. There's going to be a lot of input. There's going to be a lot of chances for input. And it's not going to just be the loudest people who show up on a Wednesday night and are able to make a late night meeting, right? It's going to be people who can show up on weekends for weekend charrettes and weekend meetings and evenings and weekdays and like everything. So it's a lot more inclusive just by that basic fact. And then at the end, you have this really big plan, a lot of input into it, and then we're supposed to stick to the plan. And, you know, Lord willing, we'll stick to the plan over the next 8 years, which is what this plan is supposed to last. That's how long arena cycle is, as they call it. And hopefully, you know, a big part of the plan that they're working on is this ministerial approval process, which prevents, you know, regular neighbors from coming in and just throwing a wrench into the plan and having us just ignore the plan. It makes us stick to it. So hoping that will get into it. And I mean, again, 8 years, who knows what fun new state laws are going to come through the pipeline. We're only just now starting this new legislative session still. But things should start heating up in the next couple of months. That might be a lot more of the content that I end up streaming, some hearings and whatnot about that from the state legislature. I might do a couple other cities around California, the Bay Area, do some coverage of that because this is just fun. But yeah, it's just kind of now community process once they pass number 1. If they pass number 2, it would also be a community process, but it just like wouldn't have an end, I guess. It's like one of the big difference.
I live in West Berkeley, and we need to carefully consider what we do.
Yeah, Nathaniel asks, it seems like the meetings are set up so members can listen to public comment, and they give a little speech, and then they vote. And they can't talk out of public meetings. Do they ever just talk? Where does the hashing out and negotiation happen? Good question, actually. So, if you're not from California, well, so in California, we've got this law called the Brown Act. And what it does is it regulates how elected officials can talk with each other to like the basic principle of it is like you can't come to a city council meeting already knowing or already having it stated how you're going to vote, and that includes through like collusion and talking with other, you know, members of the body or whatever. So you know, they can talk among themselves, they can talk with other city councilors to come to a decision, but it can't be the majority of a city council. So like, for example, this is something I'd like mentioned earlier during this stream, is that the last stream I did was about a resolution to sort of begin this process of beginning this process, because it's Berkeley. And there was these 2 items on the agenda, and one was a resolution to state that it's the council's intent to get rid of exclusionary zoning. And there was another resolution that was the intent to legalize fourplexes citywide. And because of the Brown Act, we can't come into this with, you know, knowing how the vote's going to end, even if like we do, but you can't have it like out there in public, right? So if you like read between the lines, you can look at the sponsors of the 2 resolutions, is we had 4 on one and 4 on the other, but they're not all the same 4 people. So if you added all 4 of sets together, you ended up with a majority of the city council. You had the entire city council less 2 people, who are the NIMBYs, the Kate and Sophie Hahn show that's been going on. And, you know, a lot of the discussion and hashing out and negotiation stuff happens that way, through like these kind of small minorities. But at the same time, you know, there's ways around it. And there's also ways for like, you know, sort of communications kind of like have this strange V shape where it goes from one city councilor through like a community organization back to another city councilor, and they do this kind of like mediation and discussion and facilitation thing and vote whipping. And so a lot of the like negotiation stuff is kind of like really based on community organizations who happen to have the time and the capacity to organize this, which is, you know, a very privileged position to be in. I don't necessarily agree with the Brown Act in a lot of ways. Like, one thing I really disagree about the way that this is structured is that like most public communications you send in are public record, which means that like if you're, you know, somebody who's trying to hide from an abuser, for example, or something like that, you know, you don't want to give away your personal information like that, but it's required by law that you do it. It also has some like strange effects on how text messages work and emails, and it's just like this really like permanent record. It's just really frustrating. And it does in some ways get rid of these like backdoor deals of like, you get 8 city councilors coming into a back room and having a discussion out from the public eye and then coming to an agreement and then putting it forward. On the other hand, it now means that instead of having a backroom discussion, it's one councilor having a discussion with a developer who then has a discussion with the rest of the city council. And it just like moves the back room out of City Hall and into, community organizations, back rooms and stuff like that. So it's got its trade-offs. I myself am not a huge fan of it. I think it's like, it makes things a lot more harder. My partner actually just like walked into the room here. They were part of a group in the local community college system, Peralta colleges, and they had to do some stuff with the Brown Act. Do you want to say anything?
Yeah. So if you're a member of a community college in California and you're in like the leadership, you are subject to the Brown Act. And the problem that I ran into at my college was we didn't have all of our positions filled. And the way the Brown Act works is you're not allowed to talk to more than a majority of the people who are elected.
It looks like we're about to have our vote actually, so put a pin in that thought. We'll go back to this real quick.
So I encourage you to not only send written comments to the council, but participate in the many meetings that are going to be happening hosted by the planning department, our planning commission. So I want to thank everyone for their comments.
Yes, real quick, David, it does get amended every once in a while. For practical purposes, it is fixed in time, but there's small tweaks around the edges and whatnot.
That completes public comment for tonight.
There's actually one interesting bill going on that involves doing these online meetings and whatnot, which I can talk about some other time.
Probably the hundreds of emails that we've received over the past few weeks about this issue. Clearly, this is an extremely important issue for the future of Berkeley, and we want to make sure that we are moving forward in a way that is inclusive. This is the beginning of a process, and while it may be viewed as decisions are being made, we are not deciding what the zoning is. We are not taking final action on our housing element. This is the beginning. So I just want to go back to the amendments that I put forward. So, the reason that I had introduced these amendments, and I put them together today, was, I want our council to arrive at a place of unanimity. I don't think we're that far apart. My changes were really an effort to try to listen to the input we've heard from every single city council member and the public, and to try to see if we can come to some consensus and arrive at a unanimous decision tonight. So I really implore on the council, let's find a way to come together and let's move forward in a unanimous vote to say that we are going to move forward to start this process together, and that all ideas are going to move forward, that we're going to listen to all ideas as this process moves forward. I do want to just call attention, in the 4 hours of public comment, I did take a look one more time at the amendments, and there is just one section that I think needs additional clarification. I'm going to pull that up. So, the goal is, to not be so prescriptive. That's the intent of these amendments, to not, prescribe a particular outcome early on in the process. So the section under equitable neighborhood scale housing was pretty specific around fourplex housing types. And I'm proposing that we modify this to say that we will, that as part of this referral, that we will explore additional units on parcels in the R1A, R1, R2, R2A, and other building forms that are similar in scale to building forms currently allowable in these zones. Study allowing the subdivision, the division of existing single-family homes, standalone structures, or multiple units on a parcel. And leave the issue of how many units, what kinds of projects to the process. Because I think we shouldn't prescribe what kind of a project the Planning Commission or the community process should require. I think we should leave it open in the spirit of trying to not be so prescriptive. So I would like to now make a motion to approve item 1 as amended, as I'm with my amendments with the with this one modification to this section under equitable neighborhood scale zoning, as I've highlighted, to make it general, and to also approve item 2. That's my motion.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Drosty. Thank you. Okay, colleagues, comments? Any additional discussion? Councilmember Hahn, I see you raise your hand.
Sorry, I was on the wrong panel and couldn't find the raise hand function.
What is it? The Brady Bunch squares? So.
Yes, exactly. I'm sorry. So, Mayor, just to clarify, the motion is to pass them both with item number 1 amended as you've presented, and then with these further small amendments.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay.
And to pass item 2 as you.
Alrighty. Well, I want to thank you, Mayor. I will say I was a little unsure about how this meeting was going to come together, but I really, I really see very clearly that you have been working to find a path forward that takes the interests and concerns of the whole council, but really more importantly, that starts the process of bringing this discussion to the community. So I really want to thank you for the spirit in which this is moving forward tonight. I really also want to thank the many people who joined this evening. Actually, everybody who joined, I want to thank, because this is the beginning of a long process. And I think the fact that so many people are coming forward bodes very well for the future of the process. Because I think the more people who participate, the better it's going to be. The whole point of this is for Berkeley to join together to talk about what our future is going to be. So I do see a lot of common ground in the 2 items before us, and I am grateful that many of the ideas that were in our item, and I want to thank Councilmember Harrison and Wengraf and Councilmember Bartlett for their help with the item. I see a lot of common ground, and I think that has really been strengthened, Mayor Adegin, by the changes you brought forward. In particular, I think most important for myself is the amendment at the beginning that really clarifies that the ideas in this item are suggestions to be considered along with other referrals, as well as the many ideas that the public will bring forward. And I have to say that I want to act tonight in the same spirit in which I want to see the whole community come together around this process. I am sorry that it's been a bumpy beginning, let's say, but that doesn't mean that we can't have smooth sailing once we get this process off and going. So in the spirit of that, I am, and with gratitude for what you brought forward here, I am going to support both items together. And I hope that the whole community appreciates that we can come together as a council, and also that we are inviting the whole community to lay down the rhetoric and move forward in this process in a really collaborative and community building way. Updating the housing element is a huge task. It has broad implications for our city's future. It is likely to entail changes on a scale that transforms the physical shape of Berkeley over the coming decades. And that's not a small thing. It is both big in its potential, but it is also big in the level of change that it represents. And I think we need to have some compassion for the fact that the big change is needed, but also that change is difficult. The status quo is what we all live in. People have invested in the status quo. And that's not because they're bad people, it's because it's what we had. And I really just hope that that we can take the heat down and come together as a community and continue our great trajectory as a great city full of great people. So I appreciate and thank you, Mayor, and I look forward to the vote.
Thank you, Councilor Hahn. Thank you so much for those comments. Councilmember Wainwright.
Thank you. I want to thank everybody who commented. It's amazing, 250 people. I mean, clearly this is an issue that is very important to a lot of people. And I'm sure that there would have been more people, you know, if the timing were different. So it's amazing. We have an amazing community. 250 people came out to tell us what they think. How wonderful is that? And they had some very good ideas. And I did take a couple of notes. And I do think that we should, as we move forward, include some of the concepts that the public mentioned in our items. And one was co-housing, which I don't know if that is considered social housing, but it's certainly an innovative concept. And I think we should look into that, enabling that to happen. Housing for the homeless, which is not mentioned in the item. That's something we have to give a lot of thought to. So we should include that. Senior housing. We know that our population is aging and our population is living longer. There are very few places where seniors can move to and stay in Berkeley. We need to address that issue. Otherwise, we're going to lose that senior population. Many of my friends have had to leave Berkeley because they couldn't find places in Berkeley. So we need to address that. Now, I think, Jesse, you remember, and maybe Ben and Lori remember, but several years ago, I suggested that we explore building senior housing over our senior centers. And it was decided that we would focus on the West Berkeley Service Center as a possible location. I don't know what's happened to that proposal, but I would like to bring it back to life and look into it. There are other proposals that many council members over the past 10 years have proposed about housing. And some of them, and I'll just tell you about the ones that I proposed, the amnesty program, which is low-hanging fruit. These are units that are habitable that were never permitted. And there are thousands of them. And we should be focusing on legalizing them so that they can be safely rented. The other proposal, and I was looking back in the history, and Chris Worthington suggested this, I think, in 2009. And then I brought it back maybe 10 years later. And that is exploring the possibility of having living units on the ground floor on our commercial corridors. And especially with the future of retail being questionable, we should really be pursuing that. So that's another one. And I'm sure all of you have thoughts about other ideas, and that's the whole purpose of this process, is to gather as many ideas as we can, because we're going to need every idea we can get, in order to move forward and meet our goals. The other one is amending our condo conversion ordinance so that people can actually have home ownership opportunities. Right now, it's kind of prohibitively expensive to do, and there should be a way that we can work it out so that it's doable. And then the idea of amending some of our area plans to allow for more density. We should look at that as well. There are lots and lots. I have a long list, but I'm very enthusiastic and very happy to be moving forward and supporting the motion to approve both of these items. So thank you to all of my colleagues, and I look forward to working with all of you on this moving forward.
Thank you so much, Councilor Wingraf. If you have a list of ideas, it would be good if you could submit that to the Jordan.
Okay.
So we get that to the consultant. And I'm sure that planning staff will be soliciting input from each council member as we're kind of beginning to start this process. Thank you. Councilmember Kesarwani.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to echo the appreciation of just the incredible number of people who showed up tonight to share their public comment. You know, we were listening to you, and I'm really uplifted by just the number of people who care about the future of our community. And I'm really looking forward to our community input process. But I just wanted to get a couple of things off my chest. Because I really think that facts matter, and I can't let it go unchallenged. The idea that redlining is something that is in the past, that has no relevance for us today. I need to remind us that just 10 years ago, during the financial crisis, minority borrowers who were eligible for affordable traditional home loans were routinely steered towards ruinously priced subprime loans that they were not able to repay. African Americans were found to have lost more than half of their wealth since the beginning of the Great Recession because of falling home ownership rates and loss of jobs. Again, that was just a decade ago. Right now, today, minority and women small business owners experience a form of redlining because they can't get a line of credit for their small businesses from the traditional big banks during the COVID-19 pandemic. That is happening right now. And it has taken government intervention to ensure that these business owners have access to loans. So I'm not going to accept a line of thinking that says racism is in the past, and we don't need to concern ourselves with the fact that the areas of our city that are zoned for single-family homes are predominantly white. I have to speak up. I'm a woman of color on this council, and I represent some of the most diverse parts of our city in West Berkeley. And that neighborhood, I live this every single day, is located next to the freeway and industries where residents are exposed to toxic air pollution. And I know Councilmember Hahn said change is hard, but I have to speak up for my constituents and say that for West Berkeley, the status quo is hard. The asthma hospitalization rates for children under 5 is 10 times higher for African American children and 2.8 times higher for Latino children than white children. And that is because people of color are forced to live in areas with higher levels of air pollution by design due to single-family home zoning. So I really think that we have to proceed with this item. I strongly support the values of equity that undergird what we are trying to do here in Berkeley. But I also will say that zoning changes alone are not enough. This item is asking for a community input process so that we can be intentional about our affordability requirements. And we have heard a lot of talk today about 9,000 units. But I want to remind us that it's not just 9,000 market rate units. On the contrary, it's actually 59% that have to be built at levels that are no higher than 120% of the area median income. And this is all in the item: 2,446 units at very low income, 1,408 units at low income, and 1,416 units at moderate income. So we care about affordability. That is central to what we are trying to do. We want to include anti-demolition protections. You know, we are trying to make sure that Berkeley can be a place that our children can call home. We are trying to build a future city that is equitable, that is tackling the climate crisis. And so I just really believe in the work that we are undertaking, and I really look forward to hearing more from our community as we embark on this process. Thank you very much.
Chaplain.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to all the speakers, and thank you, Councilor Kasarwani. You know, in West and South Berkeley, it often feels that we've had to bear the brunt for development, brunt of development for the entire city. Wealthier neighborhoods have been able to keep apartments out of their backyards. Attempts to build dense transit-oriented housing in the downtown has often met with fierce opposition, which has placed more pressure for our neighborhoods in West and South Berkeley, who have a lot less resources. That being said, we do have new RENA numbers, and San Pablo and Adeline can't fulfill all of them. So I am looking forward to working with everyone to make sure that all of our corridors, all of our neighborhoods, where it is safe to build, are providing affordable housing to people of all income levels. I am very proud of this council. I'm very proud of this community. I think that we have some of the most brilliant and passionate people in the whole country, and I'm optimistic and emboldened, and I really look forward to working with everyone. My office, my door is always open. Folks want to chat about ideas, ask more questions. I'm always available to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Taplin. Any other comments from members of the City Council before we vote? Vice Mayor Droste.
Gosh, this is this is really exciting. I just have a few things to say. You know, I just want to close by talking about a question I received the other day. You know, as you all know, I represent the Elmwood, the birthplace of single-family zoning. And this person asked, well, who are you representing? So I wanted to tell everyone. I'm representing my kid's best friend whose family had to move out of our town because it's too expensive. I'm representing the neighbor who got evicted with her children because she couldn't afford to live. She couldn't afford to own a home. I'm representing a senior who wanted to duplex his house and couldn't. I'm representing an empty nester who wanted to downsize and move into a condo, but they couldn't. I'm actually even representing the guy that stands on the corner of College and Ashby in plastic bags, because homelessness also has something to do with zoning. And, you know, I have to just shout out Dorothy Walker as well. I feel like I'm representing her. She was in Grist yesterday talking about her decades-long fight to desegregate Berkeley schools and also our land use patterns. So the vast majority of people I know, they may not be the ones that come to council meetings. They're in full support of these efforts. I represent them, but I also represent people who feel nervous about this. And I'm not going to say if you don't support these ideas, you don't care about these important values, or you don't care about these people. Not at all. If you live in I'm not saying if you live in a single family home, you are bad. I promise to listen to you and engage with you during this process. That's all this ever was starting a process. It was always a process. But you have to promise me something too. We have to listen to each other in the months ahead. The people who called in tonight, it was great. It was a great cross-section of people. We also heard from a particular subsection, and those were young people. The status quo is not working for the next generation. These people are our future. I feel so strongly about this. So we have to figure out a path together. We have to tear down the walls, not only in Berkeley, but in California cities across the nation. We can't wait for capitalism to fail. We can't wait for billions of dollars. It's not a silver bullet. In fact, one housing expert said it was going to take probably 20 years for anybody to notice that it's going to happen. So it's not equitable right now. We all know that. It's not environmentally unsustainable. Today was never about a competition. I'm so excited to support this proposal, but let's be clear that we can't pretend that we aren't going to have to rezone our cities without actually providing some concepts. If we aren't going to focus on transit corridors or neighborhoods, then where are we going to focus? But I'm so excited to begin this process with everyone. I feel like this is a really good conversation this evening. Ezra Klein last month talked about California being symbolically liberal, but operationally conservative to our own detriment. And tonight, we can follow up with that symbolic resolution when we said exclusionary zoning leads to racial and income segregation and housing unaffordability. And now we're going to do something about it. And I'm so happy we're walking the walk and voting to be on the right side of history and begin this inclusive process. So thank you for letting me preach. I don't often talk for very long, but I am super stoked and ready to vote. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to second the many comments that members of the City Council have made to thank the hundreds of Berkeley residents who called in today and who've sent written comments. And just, I agree that I think it just really shows how amazing a community we have, that we have people who really care deeply about this city and the future of this city. And I think that level of passion and engagement is what's going to drive this process as we move forward tonight. You know, we're all telling our stories about, you know, what's kind of guiding our work in this area. You know, I've been an affordable housing advocate for many years. So starting, you know, around advocacy for student housing and then affordable housing and rent control. And I think as many people know, I've been a lifelong renter. You know, my family, you know, despite working hard their whole life, were never able to earn enough money to buy a home. And I've lived in all sorts of different types of housing, from apartment buildings to single family homes. So I've also know what it's like to be displaced and to have the threat of eviction looming over you, especially as a child. And we don't want that for anybody in our community. And so the work we do in terms of creating homes and opportunities for people is about keeping people in our communities, but ending homelessness. And it's about addressing, I think, one of the biggest challenges that we face as a society, our housing crisis, which not only impacts Berkeley, but the whole state and the whole country. So, you know, and I'll just say, as you know, this is also a generational issue, as evidenced by some of the comments tonight. But we need to cut across age and try to find a way to come together. And yes, it is true that young people like myself will probably never be able to own a home in Berkeley. But my hope is through the work that we do, that people like myself and people like Councilmember Taplin and Robinson, and that we can actually be able to be in a position through expanded homeownership opportunities throughout our city to be able to actually plant some roots and have some stability and be able to live and make this community our home. I know there's a lot of young people who feel the same way also, to have the same opportunities that the prior generation had. And I think we can do that in Berkeley. And one of the things I touched upon in my comments today was, I really do believe that we have an opportunity tonight and have an opportunity in the coming months and coming year to really demonstrate a new model for how cities can address the housing crisis. And this is one piece of a much bigger suite of programs that Berkeley's engaged in to address the issues of affordability and equity in our approach to housing. This is just one piece of a much bigger effort that Berkeley is leading around this issue. So, you know, this work is on all of us, not just the council, but the community. And I do believe that we have an opportunity not just to address our housing crisis and our homeless epidemic, but to set a national example for how a city can be courageous and how a city can grow sustainably and responsibly. So let's do it. So unless there's any other comments, I'm happy to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Okay, on the motion to approve item 1 as amended and item 2 from the supplemental 2 packet, Councilmember Kesarwani.
Yes.
Taplin?
Yes.
Bartlett?
Yes.
Harrison is absent. Hahn?
Yes.
Wengrath?
Yes.
Robinson?
Yes.
Drosty?
Yes.
And Mayor Arreguín?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries.
Unanimous vote. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, community. And this is the beginning. So that completes our agenda. I want to thank members of the City Council. We've been meeting since 6 o'clock. Thank you for your endurance and your commitment to our city. And I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Okay. Moved by Taplin, seconded by Robinson to adjourn the meeting. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Kesarwani,
Yes.
Taplin,
Yes.
Bartlett,
Yes.
Harrison is absent. Hahn,
Yes.
Wengrath,
Yes.
Robinson,
Yes.
Drosky,
Abstain. Let's keep talking about zoning.
and Mayor Argy.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. We're adjourned. Good night, everyone.
Well, there we go. That was that. So that was the end of the meeting. I'm gonna send a tweet out real quick about this, and then we can do some Q&A. I saw some questions in here earlier. I can probably answer a couple of them. My partner is also back in here. Somebody is interested in hearing the rest of their answer. Yeah, if somebody wants to talk about the Brown Act. Good night, Quiller. Yeah, somebody had asked what happens if they approve both of them, which they did. I actually don't know. I don't think I expected this outcome. So I'm not really sure what it means that they're going to do both of them. But there was certainly a lot of people in support of the first item. And I think, staff's going to obviously pay attention to a lot of that and, move forward on that. And I mean, in the end, to be honest, ultimately, it didn't really matter which one passed tonight because it is a freaking long, 18-month long process. There's going to be a lot of outreach, a lot of input, a lot of that stuff. And so, more to come. This is not the end of it, of course. So there's still a lot more opportunities for input and feedback and whatnot. And talking about fourplexes, and we'll see what comes out of the state legislature with more upzoning proposals and whatnot. And yeah, this is the year of the housing element updates. I don't think this will actually the housing element itself will actually get voted on and improved until like next year or so. It's going to take quite some time for that to come around and actually get done because it has to go to like the state for review, a bunch of other steps and whatnot. So plenty of time still for this to pan out and get fleshed out. So whatever we voted on tonight in the end doesn't necessarily matter, but it does. Thanks. Yeah, I'm glad you like this music. This is actually me just piping in another YouTube channel, the Video Game Study Lounge from Game Chops. I'll post that link there. Game Chops is a cool community. They do, it's a bunch of, artists and whatnot who build remixes and different interpretations of video game music, video game inspired music. If you're familiar with the group OC Remix, there's another community like that, Overclocked Remix, and it's just good stuff. And I love listening to this. I always pipe it in here also because you can't get DMCA'd for it. So that's nice. And yeah, a lot of it is Zelda. They've just released this new collection from the group, Zelda and Chill 2, which is what's playing right now. And it's been extremely popular, so they've just been playing it a whole bunch lately. So normally I have like actual DJ set up and everything, but for whatever reason, my DJing app was like shitting itself. So I wasn't able to do my own stuff today. But still, I'm glad you like the music. Yeah, if anybody has any other questions about fourplexes or the Brown Act or anything goofy like that, yeah, you want to say stuff about the Brown Act, I guess?
I had a 3-hour training on the Brown Act, so I'm always ready to talk about the Brown Act.
Yeah, always ready to talk about the Brown Act.
It wasn't 3 hours. It was much longer than that. It was all day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when I was on the arena subcommittee, they gave us like I actually was that asshole who was like, "Excuse me, are we covered under the Brown Act? Do we have to do anything?" Which, if I had not asked that question, we would not have been under the Brown Act. But because I asked the question, they were like, "Let's go ask our lawyer." So of course, the lawyer for MTC, the commission that sets up arena numbers, was like, "Yeah, probably." So that was stupid.
I just feel like community colleges student leadership should not be required to be under the Brown Act because it's ridiculous and keeps you from getting literally anything done at all.
Yeah, especially for smaller bodies like, you know, student councils and whatnot. It can take up a lot of time and energy to make it work for very little like actual beneficial gain. Because like, I mean, it's a student council, right? It's not like you're approving multi-billion-dollar development deals of consequence.
We're deciding whether or not, like, when we're having a food bank and like what scholarships we can do, and it's really difficult to do that when you can only talk with one other person because there's 5 people on council.
Yeah, sorry, I realized I accidentally cut the music. I hit the wrong mute button on my pad here, but sorry about that. Yeah, so I guess I'll wait for a couple more questions, see if there's anything in the chat. At like 11:15 or something, I'm gonna dip out of here and go about relaxing for the rest of my Thursday night. Yeah, this was really fun. I'm glad people liked it. Remember, I'm gonna repin this message in the chat if I can find it. Streaming these sorts of things is not technically what I'm paid for, but like I might as well be. Nonetheless, I need to get a new motherboard and CPU to upgrade my desktop machine for this stuff. Zoom takes a lot of resources to do all this and stream it and whatnot, especially add in other, you know, stuff that makes it worthwhile. So if you could check out my Ko-Fi, my coffee, chip in a couple bucks or something, buy me a coffee or something, buy me some thermal paste, then be able to do some cooler stuff later this year. So yeah, so seeing no other questions, I guess I'm gonna be done for the evening, and I'll just like let the music play out. I'll just switch over to the end of the stream part. So again, thanks everybody for coming, thanks for watching, thanks for tuning in. This was super great. I'll let you know the next one that's happening, the next stream, whenever it is. Also, separate from this, you should check out my Twitch. It's TD Fisher, the handle I had on Twitter many years ago. I usually do a stream on Saturday mornings, starting at like 10 or something. Lately, I've been doing Chrono Cross, this really ancient RPG. So if you like really good old Square Enix games, it's not Square Enix, but it's in that same vibe. Sometimes I do City Skylines, so if you want to talk about urbanism and whatnot. Separate from all of that too, is on Friday nights I run like a social hour hangout thing in the East Bay for Everyone Discord, which you can, you know, bug me on Twitter, get access to it. I'll share the link to it tomorrow. And we also, you know, see people play City Skylines, talk about planning, talk about local politics, socialize, fun things like that, since we can't really do it in person. So if you're interested in that, hit me up. I'll see you around maybe tomorrow, maybe Saturday, definitely on Twitter. So thanks for tuning in. This was super great. Oh, sorry, we have one more visitor we're gonna show. This is Peridot, the cat.
Meow earlier.
Yeah, she said meow earlier. She was trying to get on the stream, but she couldn't.
Now she's on the stream.
Hi, Perry.
She says bye.
Anyways, thanks for watching. See you all later.